Yeah. Everybody got a version of me. But this is my truth. Everybody got opinions, never ask me who I am. Read one page, close the book, now they think they understand. They call my kindness weakness, my forgiveness being blind. But I just refuse to let this cold world steal my shine. I've been stabbed in the back, still I lead with love. Lost a lot of people, still I look above. I smile through the pressure, I survive the rain. Some my tears and the diamonds from my losses in the game. Don't mistake my silence for not seeing. Peep every vibe, every switch, every reason. Real power knows when to leave without making a scene. I'm misunderstood, it's alright, God's still right. Every line, I'm more than labels, more than pain, more than every rumor attached to my name. If you really wanna know me, walk beside me, not behind me, not around me. Yeah, I'm multifaceted, diamonds got more than one side. Some days I'm the storm, some days I'm the sunrise. I make my own choices, I stand on my own feet. Can't nobody live my purpose or rewrite my dreams. God gave me free will, I'm gonna use mine. If I stumble, I get up every single time. I answer to my conscience in heaven above, not strangers who mistake my beat for giving up. I won't scream to fit your comfort, I won't dim to feed your ego. If freedom looks different, then let me be different. Still I'm standing, still believing, still becoming. Maybe if we listen before we judge, we discover we all carry invisible scars. So before you decide who somebody is, learn what they survived. This song is for every soul who's ever felt misunderstood. Misunderstood. Sometimes life don't break you, it introduces you to the version of yourself God always knew was there. Yeah. Dreams felt bigger than the world I know. Had a pocket full of faith and a heart full of scars. Still thanking God while wishing on stars. Mama said, baby, keep your head held high, even when you're learning how to say goodbye. People see the smile, never see the tears. Never count the prayers, never count the years. I learned pain can build a palace if your spirit keeps its balance. Lost some people, lost some sleep, found the version of me the hurt couldn't keep. Yeah, keep going, don't stop, God got me. I hear you. Every closed door grace gets real gritty. Sometimes faith sounds like silence, choosing love over violence. Every mountain made me stronger, every season lasted longer, but somehow I kept breathing, even when I stopped believing. See, the mirror started changing, not because my face was different. My soul finally caught up with what God already envisioned. You don't need permission to become who you were born to be. That's freedom. Talk to him. That's right. Stand up. No fear. Keep walking. Who told you you were broken? Convinced you your story was over? Who said your value depended on somebody else's opinion? No. You still chosen. You're still worthy. You're still breathing. That means tears and bended hands up. Lift your head. Hope ain't dead. Hope ain't dead. Hope ain't dead. Love yourself. Heal yourself. Trust yourself. I wear my scars like medals now. No matter, I ain't no more settling now. Every chapter built another queen. Every valley made my vision clean. I'm not running from yesterday. I'm thanking it without those storms. I never know how strong the roots could get. And I'm planting seeds instead of pain. Teaching hearts how to love again. Maybe that's what purpose is. Turning your survival into somebody else's hope. I'm gonna find my happy again. No more living for somebody else's lens. Every sunrise is another chance to begin. I'm still standing, still believing, still healing, still dreaming, still grateful, still growing again. Your beginning doesn't decide your ending. Your pain doesn't erase your purpose. Your losses don't cancel your future. If you're still here, there's still joy waiting for you. Find your happy again. I had to change the way I move before I change the way they see me. Turn me up. Let's ride. Yeah. Let's ride. Hey. I had to clean up my mindset before I cleaned up my image. Can't build a new future, still trapping, no decisions. Every scar left a lesson, every loss gave me vision. Had to stop looking backwards just to see my position. I ain't chasing the noise, I let purpose make the sound. Stop searching for approval when I finally found myself now. I don't need a room full of people saying my name. When I know who I am, I don't move the same. They watch the numbers change, they watch the seasons shift, but the one thing that stayed silent was the fire in my spirit. I'm too focused to be bitter, too grown to stay little. Every challenge built my armor, now I'm sharper in the middle. I found my power when I lost validation. Turn my pain into my motivation. This ain't ego, this elevation. Every setback was my preparation. I changed my heart, now my art hits different. I changed my mind. Old conditions. I don't move for the lights. I move because I'm driven. If it don't match my purpose, I don't need permission. Pivot, elevate, create. That's the energy. Pivot, elevate, create. That's the legacy. Energy. Hey. Every masterpiece started when they told somebody no. Now they watching every level while I'm building my own road. I never had to fake it, never had to play a role. I was busy building something they can never take control. I got the speakers knocking, windows shaking, dreams in motion. No more waiting, no more people pleasing, no more imitation. Queens build empire. We don't beg for invitations. See, growth gets quiet before everybody sees it. They love the flowers but forget who planted the seeds. I was working in the shadows, I was fighting through the nights. Now I'm standing in my moment and the view looks right. You can question my journey but respect what it took. You only see the chapter, you don't know the whole book. If I change, let me change. If I grow, let me grow. I was never meant to stay in the places that broke me. New mindset, new direction, new energy, new reflection. I don't owe an apology for becoming who I'm meant to be. I changed my soul. Now my voice got power. Change my vision. Now I'm rising every hour, every setback made me stronger inside. Every mountain built the woman I am tonight. We don't fall, we rise. We don't stop, we shine. I created my story. Now I'm walking in my light. Hey, pivot, elevate, create. That's the energy. Pivot, elevate, create. That's the legacy. They thought I was changing, I was evolving. They thought I was lost, I was rebuilding. Create from the soul. Create from the soul. Create from the soul.
Hey y'all, what's up? It's your girl Golden, and I am back with another live, y'all. I came across something that I thought would be really cool for us to listen to today. A great conversation with none other than Michelle Obama and Megan Thee Stallion. But I hope you all are having a great day. Let's go ahead and get into our intro like we typically do. So it is about 2:30 p.m. here, y'all. I tried to be a little bit more on time today. Um, but yeah, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time in the United States and the Carolinas. And yes, the weather is lovely today. The sun is shining bright. So for the majority, I'm in a really great mood. We're gonna go ahead and get into some things. We have a little bit of housekeeping to do. And then after that, I will give y'all a synopsis of what we'll be talking about on the live. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me and if the music and the sound and all of that stuff is doing okay. Because there's been some disruptions with StreamYard. And a lot of people have been going through it. It's crazy. Like I was watching Roland Martin and it was happening over on his channel too. So I don't know if it's a StreamYard thing or I don't know what's going on, but it's really weird. But anyway, y'all, I hope you guys are having an excellent day in whatever respectful time zone you're in, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night for you. And shout out to everybody who is listening. If you'd like to come in and chit chat in the chat, you know we always gonna be over there. Star has already come in. What's up, Star? And y'all know Mama Warrior is always in the background. So she'll be here as well. And my lovely co-host Imani, she had a few things to handle today. A very busy day for her. So she may pop in, she may not. But I told her, just take care of yourself, bro. Life be life in. It be like that. So but she may come in a little bit later. Let's just go ahead and jump right into it because I don't want to hold y'all up too long today. But yeah, so on this live, we're gonna be hearing an interview with Megan Thee Stallion sitting down with none other than Michelle Obama, one of my favorite first ladies, right? We need her back so bad. But anyway, for our housekeeping, before we get into the conversation, I want to just kind of tie our housekeeping into a lot of what we're going to hear on this live. Okay. In this live, they're going to be talking about life, pressure, criticism, healing, confidence, growth, and what it means for a woman to take control of her own story. And y'all, we all got to be honest. Women of all ages and backgrounds can relate and probably will be able to relate to a lot of what y'all going to hear on this live, whether you're 20, you're 40, you're 60, or beyond. Most women have experienced being judged, misunderstood, underestimated, criticized, or told who they should be. So today, we are going to look beyond the headlines, right? Because a lot of times we see the headlines and we see what, may be happening in somebody's life, but we don't necessarily know who that person is and their journey. So there's a few things that they're going to be talking about and be breaking down, right? So in the first part, and yeah, the housekeeping is over. I don't got anything else to say on housekeeping. I'm not talking about nothing going on in these YouTube streets today. In my housekeeping, I'm talking about the topic because I believe like this is going to be a very powerful conversation and topic that's going to be useful for a lot of women and a lot of people in general, right? I think we have better things that we can focus our time on and a lot of things that we go through as people, just people in general. Like it has nothing to do about race. It has nothing to do about your class. Just being a woman, being a man, whatever. But today, this is going to be, more so geared towards a woman conversation. So, I don't know. I know a lot of men probably like to think Megan Thee Stallion is hot and fine and all the things. But the conversation that she's having is she's opening up as a woman as far as her journey and her experiences through her life, right? Um, and also being, a rapper, a celebrity, and how that works. So let's start with Megan's journey. She went from being a young woman with a dream in Houston, Texas, to becoming one of the biggest names in music. But success doesn't mean the road becomes easy. With fame comes public criticism, pressure, expectations, personal struggles, becoming public, people having opinions about your life, and constantly being expected to prove yourself. So the question becomes, how do you keep moving forward when everybody is watching? That is going to be the first part of what they'll be talking about. So let me pop this up real quick and get all of that set up, you all. And then, y'all know, per usual, we'll be listening together. And then I will be meeting y'all in the chat. So we'll talk if you want to come talk. It's up to you. And, I'll give my thoughts and feelings and opinions on some of the things that they have talked about in the conversation, which I have already heard, but is very, very powerful. And I think maybe a lot of us, especially women, can relate. So let's go ahead and just jump right into it. And again, if you guys have not checked out Michelle Obama's podcast and YouTube channel, I think you should check her out. She has some really great sit downs and conversations with people, and Lord knows we would love to have her back as the first lady. And shout out to her and Barack Obama. I know I missed them. I think they were Very, very good president and first lady. But this ain't political, y'all. Let me slide on up off of that. So we just having a little bit of fun here today, but also listening to some things that, I think we all can relate to. So y'all let me know what y'all think. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play, and I'll meet y'all over in the chat.
Can an old guy like me be a hottie?
Okay. Everybody. the way the question was asked. Like, just the room.
The way the question was asked.
Yes, of course. Like, hotties can be hot boys, hot girls, hot everybody, hot people.
Right.
Like, a hottie is just a hot person and a person that, like Megan Thee Stallion.
This episode of IMO is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
How are you?
I am good. I'm doing really good. I'm feeling hot girl summery, but we'll get to that later. What's
do
been
the
going
hotties,
on with...
can you be a guy hottie?
Well, we'll find out,
All right.
but I don't know.
We gotta find this out.
But that means you really got to be hot.
I know. I might not qualify.
You got to have a little, like, you'd have to have that t-shirt off and 3 buttons down.
I'm definitely not hottie.
But what you been up to, Craig?
So, we just came back from the opening of the OPC, the Obama Presidential Center.
Yes. This may not air until later, but yeah, we just did that.
That was a wonderful experience.
It was just, it was just really full circle.
Yeah.
For us to be able to open up that. It's not even just a presidential center, it's a campus.
Yeah.
And seeing it activated for the first time, users in it, the community using it. It opened on Juneteenth, so there was just a lot of love and good feeling. I mean, it really
and
it did
our
a number on my heart. Right
our
down
neighborhood.
the street from all of it.
Yeah, so that was really nice. But while I was there
in Chicago,
of course,
in between all the things we were doing,
I stayed at an Airbnb and I did an Airbnb experience that I wanted to share with you.
Oh, so now remind me, the Airbnb experiences, are these in addition to, you can sign up? Do you have to be in an Airbnb?
So what I'm finding out is, if you stay at an Airbnb, you can choose an experience, but you don't have to stay at an Airbnb in order to do an Airbnb experience.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
So that's really neat to know, because I didn't know that until I started getting involved with it. But this one was really a cool experience.
What'd you do?
We got to design our own sneaker, and I have mine right here.
Oh my goodness.
So this started out as a all white Air Force One.
And then you colored it in like a kindergartner.
It does. I know it looks like a 5-year-old did this, but
it's like you were never the artistic one.
I was not. Everybody in our family is artistic except me.
I know.
But what do these colors remind you of?
IMO.
These are the IMO colors.
Wait a minute. Well, did you figure that out all by yourself?
I did. I did this. So my creativity.
So with the orange, did you pick the orange?
I picked this orange to go with the orange in our logo.
But the shoe came blue, with the orange.
I'll get to that part.
Excuse me.
No, the shoe did not come with this stallion.
Welcome to gorgeous.
Thank y'all for having me.
Yes.
Yeah, girl.
What an intro.
That's you, girl. That's you. Have you gotten used to just being fabulous and known as being fabulous? Does that ever become?
I feel like you just never get used to it. You know, like you wake up in the morning and you're like, I think I look good today, and then people get to see you and they're like, yeah, you look good, and it's like, okay, yeah, I ate that.
Yeah. Yes, it's just a little eat.
I ate that.
You remind me of Sasha, my youngest. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. You and Sasha have similar sass levels,
I feel like I hung out with Sasha after my Saturday Night Live performance.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Oh
and
my
I was
God.
like, hello.
Because they just show up.
Where is the Secret Service? Get my girl.
It's like, oh, excuse us.
Yes,
you
but
just
I
out
definitely
here?
wrapped her around and made my security be all around. I was like, hold on, y'all. We got the president daughter in here.
And she just is all up in it. But your energy is is so familiar.
Yay. I love that. I feel the same way.
It's like family, So thanks for being here. But you are fresh, girl. You were fresh off of
Fiji.
Yes,
Love Island.
Okay, Love Island. Just watched it. Craig.
I don't.
He doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what we're talking about.
No, I do. Okay.
Only no, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Well, let me tell you.
Okay.
When they were telling me that you were on Love Island, I said, "Oh, that's the show where all the bachelors and bachelorettes who lost go on the island." And they were like, "No,
what is that?
Not it.
Traitors?"
He doesn't know. Like I said, he doesn't know.
Okay.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Traitors is a good show too.
I love Traitors.
I want to be on Traitors.
You would be great on Traitors.
I know, but I keep saying, I think if I went on Traitors, they would immediately vote me off because they would think I'm the traitor.
Well, see, I think you know how to play it. I feel like when you have a big personality, people just automatically assume it's you. They just took Portia out.
Poor Portia.
I mean,
wait,
my girl,
she
clearly wasn't.
Are we on a different show now?
We're on a different show. Okay,
this is a different show.
Catch up with Traitors and Love Island.
I keep telling you, we are doing a podcast. We talk about pop culture, and this dude is at, he's at the gym with his little boys.
He's making shoes.
He just doesn't.
Did you like my shoes?
I did like your shoes.
You did.
I did. I promise. Blue is my favorite color. Like when I saw the blue,
blue?
It was the blue. It was blue and orange. It was cute.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you see it up close, girl?
I saw it from back there.
Okay.
I was like, this looks
From
very nice.
See how
very
my,
artsy.
I was very proud of my shoes.
Your shoe is wonderful, but back to Love Island,
yes.
girl. What was it like? What was the vibe of the villa? Because this is your second season.
This is my second time doing it.
What is that like?
I feel like every time Love Island brings me on, it is just to bring the positive vibes inside the villa. Because when I got there, it was very tense.
It sure was.
Yes. But when I came, everybody was having a good time. I came in and spoke to all the ladies first. I made TikToks with them.
Yeah,
we just talked for a little while.
Yeah.
And then I went to go see the boys. And I ain't staying there that long.
Now, Megan, how many people are on Love Island?
I couldn't tell you. It got to be like 12 people. It's a bunch of people.
They come and go. So, they start out with like maybe a group of 10, 12, and then they couple up, and then some of them don't, and then they bring in new people. So it's always
10 each or 10 total?
Like
maybe
6
10 total.
girls, 6,
Okay.
6 girls, 6 guys.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I love keeping up with it. Something about watching people's love life unfold on TV.
It's a sociological study.
Yeah.
The men in my life, my husband, my brother, they just don't understand reality TV and the love of it. But I was like, it is like
it's
sport.
Like my fix. Like,
because you are always analyzing, well, what would I do in that situation? And why did you do that?
Right.
And, that reminded me of the time that, it's very like live playhouse.
Like this is a scenario that I probably would never be in, but I like putting myself in their shoes.
I know. I keep saying, oh my God, why'd y'all do this?
I don't get that. Why did you say that? Did you forget you was on TV?
Yeah. It's like, don't you know there are cameras everywhere?
But I feel like at the end of the day, when you're famous or you're putting yoururself in a position to be seen by so many, whether you're an artist, whether you are the first lady, just anything like that, like everybody's watching you. Everybody have their eyes on you all the time. And you just have to remember these people are humans.
Yeah.
And I feel like sometimes we forget that about people that we're watching on TV, people we see in magazines.
It is amazing.
And I feel like we got to remember to have a little compassion because they're still just humans.
For
like, at the end of the day.
And they're young humans at that, but making regular mistakes that we all make.
But they're just on camera.
That's all.
Because to be honest, a lot of ladies and men make these same mistakes. Yes. But these people are just on national TV doing it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that just seems so cringy.
And
no!
That is not the word we use.
Oh,
cringy.
No, it's entertaining.
And it's life.
Yes.
It is. It's like people at their best and worst.
I mean, I don't want to see people at their worst.
You get to see people learn lessons and find love. I love love.
I do too.
Yes. So when I see people thriving and doing good, like
it brings a tear to your eye.
I'm
no
like, oh my gosh,
what.
y'all really like each other.
You know,
I love
like
that.
the letter exchange.
Like, will they or won't they?
I was tearing up when they wrote their letters to each other, which is why you get so mad when it's like,
what's going on?
Why did you do her like that? Like, what happened to the letter just yesterday?
This literally happened yesterday.
You just wrote this letter,
you know,
and then you were just done. But anyway. How do you do it all? I mean, how do you feel? How you feeling in yourself, in life? You know, you just flew in here from Fiji, looking fabulous. You must be exhausted.
I am so tired, but like when Michelle Obama get on their phone and say, "Get up here," that's what you do. You go. But I'm so excited to be here. So I definitely was like, I have to come sit down, and now I'm y'all cousin. I feel
you are.
I feel so grateful to be here.
You are. But that's why I want to know, my cousin, how you doing?
That flight from Fiji was like 11 hours.
Yeah.
And then I came straight here. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I'm really grateful. Being me it's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Like some days I feel like, yes, like, hell yeah.
We on top. It's like,
doing it. Yes. But then some days I feel like, oh my gosh, I need to go get under my bed. Like, I don't want to see anybody. I don't want anybody to see me. I'm so tired. I'm tired of people talking about me. I'm just tired.
Yeah.
But then I have to take a step back sometimes and realize I'm very blessed. So even though I have like a lot of good days, I mean, I can't have the good without the bad.
Yeah.
But what I've been learning lately is how to like express more gratitude. And just like, instead of praying all the time about, can I have, like I start praying and saying like, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful. Yeah. I'm glad I have this. Like, I'm just practicing having more gratitude.
And when you have a bad day, how do you handle that? What do you do when you have a bad day? How do you get yourself back to being a good day?
I used to feel like when I have a bad day, I have to do something to fix it. Like maybe I need to call my therapist and I need to tell her everything that's going on right now. And you need to tell me something that's going to fix it right now. I need you. What's wrong with me? Help.
Make this go away.
Make it feel better. And then I used to think like, okay, well, I just can't think about it because I have things to do. And which I do. Like I can't be under the bed all day. I got to go perform. I have to go do an interview. I have to go to things for my foundation. Like I always have something to do. So I can never like just wallow in how I feel. But that's how I used to feel. Then I started realizing, okay, I need to take these couple of days to myself. I need to have this week to myself. Because then I started learning like there's nothing anybody's going to be able to say to me that's going to fix it in 10 minutes. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do to hurry up and put a Band-Aid over how I feel right now. So I've learned to just feel what I'm feeling and just feel it. Like if it's pain, if it's sadness, I have to express it. I might get under my bed and cry. I don't know, but I have to feel it.
That's right.
Because I'm never going to be able to come out of it if I don't get it out of my system.
Well, you got to practice. You have to practice your way through all kinds of feelings, right? You got to build the muscle, just like you learned. Like I thought that not talking about it or trying to fix it right away was the answer. But you had to go through it enough to realize, you're going to have to develop some muscles, some tools to deal with these times. And the only way you develop them is to do it, but it takes some time, and the fact that you are the age you are and you're learning that now.
It took a lot to get here, though.
But no lot. You 12 years old, girl.
Oh, please.
You 12 and a half.
But I feel like I've experienced like so much though. I don't know, like I've went through a lot of different emotions over the years. And still even talking about being happy sometimes make me emotional. Cause I definitely used to like be like, okay, you gotta be strong, you gotta be tough. I must be going through all these things because I'm supposed to be some kind of example of how to be tough and how to be strong. So I never wanted to cry or like feel anything.
All right, y'all. So we'll pause it right there for a quick little commentary break. But y'all let me know what y'all think about the conversation so far. I think like I'm just in awe because, I really love Michelle Obama. I really, really do. I love the Obamas period, and I really love Megan Thee Stallion for real. And I know it's like, we didn't heard, the stuff that was going on and whatnot or whatever with her. But I also see where she's at now. And it's like, I just feel like you can go through things and have certain experiences or whatnot. And then you can, decide that you want to change up how you move and, go in a different direction. And I think for me personally, I don't know if y'all been seeing it, but for me, and I know they have the salacious reports and things and stuff like that, about her. But I think overall, really, after going through some of those things, she has kind of made a pivot and a change and a shift. Now, I'm not gonna get down all deep into, who she working with, who she working for. I don't really care about none of that. I just talk about like the human of it all. You know what I mean? Like we have to continue to see each other as human beings. Like despite what we do, despite what workplace we may be in, what organizations and stuff we may work for. At the end of the day, we are human beings and individuals, and we also have to pay attention to the fact as well that a lot of these celebrities and whatever rappers, singers, things like that, artists or whatnot that we like, a lot of time they are in this industry very young. And so we seeing them go through the same things that we experienced, right? When we were their age. But the only difference between us and them is their stuff wasn't plastered our stuff wasn't plastered on the news, or it wasn't plastered in headlines for everybody to pick apart, right? When we was in our 20s and we was in our 30s and having our hot girl summers, we weren't necessarily like, you know, I don't know, maybe some celebrities up here in the chat, child, that experienced that. But I think for the majority of us, it's like, we wasn't in that limelight like that. And so the things that we were doing and experiencing, they weren't getting put on Front Street. And I think that we have to give, sometimes these celebrities a little bit of grace because it's like at the end of the day and at the core, they just human. They just living a regular life. And imagine you got all of this money, you can go where you want, you can do what you want, it's probably going to be times 10. You know what I mean? Think about what we did when we didn't even have the money that they had and the things we was doing when we was that age. We was out here cutting up in these streets, okay? Like doing all types of stuff. And nobody knew about it because, it wasn't getting like a headline or anything because we weren't celebrities. It is what it is. But to live your life like that, it's like it comes with benefit, but it also comes with that other side, right? Like you got the money, you know what I'm saying? You're making the money, you got the fame, you can have, a home you want to live in, the car you want to drive in, all of the fashions you want to wear. But at the same time, you're human, so you're still going to live life and be out here doing stuff. And then every little single aspect of your life is going to be in the limelight because that's what comes with that, being a celebrity. So I feel like that's a big part of this interview and this conversation is what Megan is going to be talking about. And as we go along, you'll hear that, she'll get into that a little bit deeper or whatnot. How that experience is. And I think a lot of people who have not gone through that experience may not know what that's like. You know what I mean? Just to have your whole life just out here with a flashlight and a headlight always shining on everything you do, everything you say, every choice you make, every food you eat. People are watching you all the time, whatever you do. And you want to still be regular and live your regular life, but it's almost impossible to do that now because it's like everybody is invested in you. Like they're watching you. They care what you do. They're looking to see what you do. And you just out here trying to live your best life, especially when you're young. You know what I mean? And so, there's that. But they also get into some conversations where it's like, when you do try to pivot and change up how you are and how you move and operate as a person, there's some people that just won't let that go. You know what I mean? Like your past or things that you've done in your past. They won't let that go. Like they won't see the better version of you. They don't want to see the better version of you. Because maybe that version of you is not as fun. You know what I'm saying? And they like what they were saying when you was out there cutting up and carrying on and all of that stuff. So sometimes people don't want to see you elevate and become better. And that can be very hard for us, you know, whether we famous or not, or celebrities or not. Like sometimes people just don't want to see you do better for yourself because they enjoy you more when you're in that different vibrational state. But I don't want to say too much about that, y'all, because you know, y'all know me. I can talk and talk and talk. So let's go ahead and skip through real quick, get back to the conversation, and then y'all know I'm gonna meet y'all in the chat. All right, here we go.
Watching the city enjoy the campus, you know, to use park space that hadn't been accessible ever.
Right.
It was just beautiful to see families playing in the playground and dancing to music in the courtyard and just enjoying the sunshine and feeling this sense of hope, dare I say.
Dare you say. It was so cool seeing the Higher Ground family out there.
Yeah,
everyone was all over the South Side, hitting Hyde Park, walking the lakefront.
Yeah.
And I even heard some folks went to Gino's East and tried deep dish pizza.
That's the best place to get it.
Yes. Since everyone was buzzing about the city, what are your top 5 must-dos for someone visiting Chicago?
I've got this. First of all, coming to the South Side and seeing the Obama Presidential Center. That's number one.
Of course.
Because even if you don't have tickets, the campus is wide open. The park space is beautiful. You can see 90% of what you need to see without a ticket. And then hopping over to our shared campus mate, the Museum of Science and Industry, one of the best museums on the planet. We used to take our kids there all the time.
Yeah.
There's so many. You could spend the day in just those 2 campuses. So I think that's day one. Next, I'd say on a nice clear day during your visit, take an architectural boat tour.
Love it.
It's like the most beautiful way to see the city from the river into the lake. You see all the landmarks, the historic landmarks, all the beautiful sights. It's a great way to experience the city. And then I think you gotta hang out in Millennial Park around Buckingham Fountain because it's a beautiful park. You're on the lakefront. You see the Chicago skyline in an interesting way. So those are some of my must-dos, along with eating anywhere. The food in Chicago, you got to get an Italian beef. You got to get your deep dish pizza.
Got to get some rib tips.
Got to get some ribs. But I could go on.
Yeah.
Chicago is my favorite city on the planet. It is one of the most beautiful cities, well planned, easy to experience, and very welcoming.
Boy, I'd agree with all of that. Whenever there's a big event, from a sporting event to, let's say, a presidential center opening, it attracts a ton of travelers. So if you've got an extra room, a guest house, or you're heading out of town yourself, listing your space on Airbnb can be a great way to earn some extra income. During the opening weekend for the Obama Presidential Center, we were able to meet people who had traveled from all over the country to be there. Plus, there's something fun about helping someone experience your hometown. So the next time a big event is coming to your city, consider listing your space on Airbnb. Your home could be part of someone's favorite memory from that trip.
For sure.
All right, y'all. So I wanted to go ahead and just allow that portion in conversation to play from hearing about them talking about Chicago, right? So shout out to Chicago. Anybody out there that's from Chicago, yo, salute. And I wanted to play that because I know a lot of times, and it's not just with Chicago, but a lot of the times when it comes to certain cities, right, there's sometimes, you know, like a negative rhetoric around what happens in that city. When it comes to Chicago, and I understand the struggles also, right, in certain areas, Chicago, certain areas or whatnot, that may have a little bit more going on than other places. And the people who live there can attest to that. But one of the things that I think is very important for us to do is to realize, like, in life in general, but also like where we live, like there's a lot of things that's unfortunate and that, you know, we wish didn't happen. You know that they call Chicago, like, you know, Chirac and stuff like that, because there is a lot of crime and a lot of war, but there's also a lot of beauty, right? There's a lot of culture. There's a lot of great people. There's a lot of positivity. And I think that sometimes we have to lean on more so in life the positive versus the negative. And a lot of time the positive doesn't get a light shown on it. Only the negative gets a light shown on it. So you may hear all of the negative things about Chicago. But I like the fact that they were talking about, you know, a lot of things that are very positive in Chicago, where you can take your children, where you can go eat and, you know, bust down and get you a really good meal, because they got really great, you know, restaurants and places where you can get food. There is beauty in the discord. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know that I come from a city that's like that as well, where it's like it's been frowned upon, it's been talked about, it's been known to be negative. But when you live in it, you're embedded in it, you can see the beauty in it just as much as you can see the chaos and the craziness that can happen as well. There's also a lot of beauty. So it's kind of like that glass half full, half empty thing. And I think we need to be proud of where we come from, despite the fact that, you know, yeah, we can say or we can understand we may be from cities where, you know, it's up and it's stuck and things are crazy and it's chaos and all of that. But we living within those cities, despite having to go through some of those experiences of chaos, we always was able to find somewhere where we could be happy and there was beauty and there was love and there was all of that. So it's like it's a push and pull. We got both. It's a balance. And that's how I think life should be, is a balance. Things won't always be perfect or be great, but you always can find beauty and happiness and something great that you can pull from what a lot of people respect to be, you know, a bad situation, a bad area, whatever. People who are in it know that there's beauty that lives within it as well. So I just wanted to play that little portion right there just for that little tidbit of information. But now we're going to get back into some more Megan Thee Stallion. I know y'all ready to see her, bro, because she out here looking fly, for real. I can't even lie. Megan, to me, is so beautiful, and she always be coming through hottie, all the time. So let's get back into Megan Thee Stallion, child. She's going to talk. But yeah, they talk about deeper things. But no, she really looks beautiful. So let's get into it, y'all. I'm going to meet y'all in the chat.
Barack, my husband, you know, he tries to demonstrate that sadness. We both do. You know, when we, you know, I mean, I'm just like you. Anything can make me break, right? You know, words I say out of my mouth, I have to get ready for it, right? Yes. And what we've learned is like, man, we've got to be the model of those emotions. Yeah. You know, we've got to be like, you can be the president of the United States, be a strong, smart man and feel the sadness. Yeah. And let it show. Because you just saw something tragic happen, you know? And I think, you know, I want you to understand that you are modeling, you know, you are giving more young women, young Black women, young, you know, all kinds of people the permission to not have to be strong all the time. You know,
I feel like strong like shows up in so many different ways. Like it's not about being like tough or like just stoic. It's not about like what you look like. I think it's about like being like brave enough to keep going. Yep. Brave enough to be like, I don't want to do this. Yep. Just brave enough to feel how you feel and have your boundaries. Yes. You could say no. Yes. Saying yes to everything don't make you strong. I had to learn that too, because I used to be like, yeah, what you want me to do? Sure, I'm there. What can I do? How can I make everybody happy?
And then you learn that when you say no, life goes on. Yeah.
It's like if I said no, I'm
it'd
done.
be like, I disappointed everybody. Yes. And it won't happen. And they just move to the next person on the list. Be like, okay,
yeah,
Megan
great.
couldn't go. We'll still, you know. And that's strength too.
Yeah.
That boundary setting, girl, that's
I'm learning all the things.
That's a power.
Yeah.
That's a power. So, well, that's cool. That's good. I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you're getting there. And you're going to always be working to get there,
Definitely.
I am.
It's an everyday thing.
It's an everyday thing forever and ever. And that's a good thing.
I just started journaling. Like, not that I just started, but like consistently doing it. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I feel better to write it down. Mm-hmm. Even if it sounds ridiculous. Yeah. Like, I'll go back and look at what I wrote sometime and I'll be like, girl, what was going on?
Doesn't matter, right?
What is this scramble? What is this? But I was like, dang, I can't believe I felt like that 2 weeks ago. And then this is where I am today. Yeah. And even looking at what I wrote 6 months ago, I'm like, girl, hello?
Really?
We made it.
We made it.
You're still here.
I just want to pause real quick about that, right? Because I think that's very important, right? She said, I felt away a few days ago. I felt away a few months ago. I think that's very important for us to understand. Like, you can literally be in your feelings and feel away in, a few day time frame, sometimes a few hour time frame, a few month time frame. Feel away, going through something, responding a certain type of way, or feel whatever it is. And then after, especially depending on how quick you move on from things, you may have already moved past it. But I am learning that, like, we living in a world and a society where it's like when it's up and it's stuck for other people, they also, and you may even be somebody who says that it's up and it's stuck. The other people are dependent on you to be like, oh, she says up and it's stuck, so it's up and it's stuck. But what if you're moved on from your feelings and your emotions and it's no longer up and stuck for you? Because you don't want to remain in that level of energy, or that energy. And you decided like, okay, yeah, I was feeling like that on Monday. By the time Friday came, I done already moved on from that energy. I done already moved on from feeling that way. And I'm trying to push forward with life with positivity. If we hold on to things and we carry them around for too long, that can be very unhealthy for us, right? So you gotta learn how to you feel what you feel when you feel it, and then you can get past that. You can let it go. You know what I'm saying? You can move on. But sometimes there are people that's just like, it's final. It's final. Like, it's for life. It's all the way to the grave. Excuse me, respectfully, trigger warning, whatever. But it's like, literally, people will hang on to hate all the way to the grave. I'll tell y'all, for real. Y'all ever remember having grandparents that, they saw a lot. They went through a lot. And so, I can't necessarily take nothing from them that they experienced. But grandparents used to be so bitter. Like, did y'all ever pay attention to that? How your grandparents was like so bitter and angry all the time? And a lot of time I used to wonder, like, because I had, my grandmama and, my grandfather before he passed first. And it was just like, there were certain things that they would hold on to for years, like years, generational years. And it's like, by the time I'm a little youngin' and stuff and whatnot, and I'm listening to what my grandparents are saying, they telling me about stuff that happened to them 30 years ago. And they still hanging on to it. They're still angry about it. And they allow it to, they allow it to affect how they feel, their emotions, And so one of the things that I said that I was going to do, that I set out to do is, I don't want to be that angry grandma. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be in my 70s and my 80s and still angry and upset about something that happened to me when I was 20 or 30. Now, I do understand, and don't get me wrong, I do understand that there was a lot of more, traumatic things that our ancestors and stuff went through versus what we are going through, the things that we're dealing with. Like, I understand there's a different level of severity of the things that they experience, right? So those are things that you cannot easily let go because they have caused deep wounds, and traumas and triggers and whatnot for you. But you got to remember too, our grandparents and our ancestors and stuff like that, they didn't live in times where they even had somewhere they could go to talk it out. You know what I'm saying? Like therapy and stuff like that. And to be able to healthily move through it and get over it. They didn't have that. So it always stuck with them, right? Because, there was no healthy resolve. And I think for us, in these younger and different generations, we do, because of what they did, right? For us to have our better today, what they sacrificed as our ancestors and why we have these things. We have things like therapy and, support groups and things like that. And more confidence just to come out and talk about how it is we feeling and what it is we going through. And I feel like that makes us more healthy. It gets us to the finish line in a more healthy way than what our ancestors was at. And I just feel like that's a thing, you know what I'm saying, that we need to pay attention to, right? Like, you don't have to hold on to this stuff. Like you can be mad on Monday and then by Friday it's like, yo, I'm over that. Like Carlos left out the shop, he don't be here for a long time. Carlos is literally like, and he taught me this too, and he's helping me with this as well. Carlos could deal with something on one day. He'll go to sleep. When he wake up the next day, it's totally gone. Like it's erased. And it literally, like I've watched him be like that. Like the next day, what am I thinking about that for? That happened yesterday. Today is today. So why am I thinking about that? Why am I mad about that? Why am I triggered about that still? And again, respectfully, I do understand that due to the severity of what some things you experience are, no, you cannot just get over those things overnight. So I'm not taking away from the severity of some experiences that people have. I'm talking about like the little small stuff, like a little argument, a little bump head, something like that, a little disagreement. But there's people that have like a little disagreement that ain't even really that serious and then hold on to it for months. Like you could talk to them months later and like, remember July 4th when you said, and it's Christmas. Like, why are we still talking about this in Christmas? That happened so long ago. Like you haven't let that go yet, especially when it's small. And I have to reiterate, if it's just something small and simple, I'm not talking about nothing that's like really big and severe. And you know what I'm saying? I know it takes a while for those things. You know what I mean? But we be holding on to small things for a long period of time and just dragging it along with us. And it's weighing us down. It's weighing us down carrying these little small issues and stuff. But that's enough for me. Because y'all know I'll be talking. Let's go ahead, hit some more of the video. I'm gonna be trolling the chat. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this live. Let me know what y'all think about some of the things that I said. And I also want to say something else. This is pitiful. This is pitiful what's happening on YouTube. Because we got people that are literally fearful and scared to spend time, hop in the chat, communicate and talk with people because of all of these daggone YouTube wars and pick this side, pick that side. We can't be sure what's going on here. We can't be sure what's going on there. Yo, this stuff, I'm telling you, life is too short. We don't have time for all of this madness, for real. We got bigger things that we can focus on. I cover that in my politics content. We're not doing that today. But what I'm saying is I don't like when people feel like they are scared to come in a chat and have a conversation or a good time or kick it and chill because they worry that somebody else is going to judge them or say that they are out or say that, this stuff has got to end. I'm telling y'all straight up right now, this stuff has got to end. Don't nobody need to be walking around here feeling though like, like they have to support in secret. I think that's weird. And I think like that's coming from the people that are pushing people back to the wall and making them feel like that. And I don't like that. I don't like when people is pushing people back to the wall and making them feel like they can't do what it is that they set out and they desire to do. And I know that that's a thing on YouTube. I've seen it play out. It's happened to me. I felt the energy from it as well. And child, y'all see me everywhere. I'm still gonna go. Because I just don't think that's right. Like, I don't know what is really going on here, but the fact that like people gotta be, attacked because who they want to support, who they want to talk to, who they want to kick it with, I don't like that. I don't like that type of energy at all. That seems too weird to me. It seems too controlling. It seems too like, you know, cult vibes and stuff like that. No, you don't get to tell nobody where they can go and where they can't go. And if they desire to do it at that time, what is that affecting you? Why is that bothering you? That's why I said on my channel, I don't make nobody feel that way. If I'm falling out with somebody or something like that, or we bumping heads and we have mutual supporters, I don't want my supporters to feel like they gotta feel shameful for coming over to kick it with me because me and this other person fell out and they equally kick it with them. That's weird. Stop making people pick sides and stop making people feel like they can't just kick it and rock with who they want to kick it and rock with at the time they want to kick it and rock it. We all adults on this thing, right? So adults get to do what adults want to do, and they should not be shamed, and they should not be cussed out, or they should not be felt like they are op or they on some weird shit just because they want to support multiple people at the same time. That's getting weird to me, y'all. I just gotta say that. For real, I gotta get that off my heart because I've seen too much of it. At one point, I was feeling that way. Like, and then I said, you know what? That ain't me. That is not me. I don't care. I do not care. I go wherever I want to go, when I want to go, to whoever I want to go to, because of whatever reasons I see fit to do so. That is my business. I am an adult. I make my own choices. And everybody else should be able to make theirs. But people are being felt scared and shameful to just support and go and kick it at the places they want to kick it at when they want to do so. We got to stop this, y'all. We can say that that's the housekeeping 2.0. But let's get back into Megan Thee Stallion. Child, she looks so pretty. I really like that dress and I like her hair. She's fine to me. I like her. But child, if I say that, then we're going to have people that hate me dragging me talking about I'm attracted to women. Oh, God. I'm just not a hater. If you see another beautiful woman that is attractive, can you not give her a compliment and really like be like, yeah, she's really pretty, she's really fine? Does that mean that you want to be with her? That mess is crazy to me, how these people will try to weaponize that. That is mad weird. But let's get back into the video, y'all.
Made it. Still here. And not just making it, but thriving.
Yes.
I mean, you are just
doing
killing
the
it.
things.
You were doing all the things, and showing up in a beautiful way.
Well, thank you.
You are so welcome.
That makes me feel very nice.
You should. You should. We were talking about, Craig and I, about just childhood. We go there a lot here because it's like that's the side of us oftentimes that makes us who we are, and I started thinking the familiarity that I feel with you. I don't know whether it's that Houston, Chicago thing.
I think so.
That kind of the southernness of our upbringing, it just, we were both curious about like, what was Houston?
Yeah.
What was baby Megan like? What was Houston like? What was the neighborhood like? What was your bedroom like? What was, I just want to picture all that.
Okay. Where can I start?
Mm.
Okay. So I'm from the south side of Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And for probably like the first 7-8 years of my life, my dad was in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And it was me, my mom, my grandma, and my great-grandma.
Mm-hmm.
So I was raised around like all women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And me and my mom lived with my grandmother at first. And then we moved out. We got an apartment and then my dad got out of jail. So then now it's just me, my mom, and my dad all the time. And my dad is like my bestie. My mom is my bestie. But me and my daddy were like...
How old were you then when he got out?
Like 7.
Uh-huh.
So I had to really adjust to what was going on because I sleep in the bed with my mama all the time.
Yeah, really.
And then now it's the man in here.
I like you, but
like this is my mama. What you mean I can't sleep in the bed? Like what's going going on.
And what made you and your dad be besties?
I don't even know, to be honest. Like, I don't know when it clicked in my head that he was not against me because he took my sleeping spot. But once, because my mom went to work all day long, so it'd be me and my dad at home. And once I started spending more time with him and we start figuring out, okay, we got a lot in common. I was his little shadow. Like, I wanted to do everything like my daddy. I wanted to be just like him. I looked just like my daddy. He was just so cool, and he just taught me so much self-worth at such a young age. Like, even if I didn't know what he was talking about, like, now that I'm older, I'm like, okay, I can see where my daddy was coming from with that. But he was just giving me so much advice and so much, like, just speaking so much life into me from so young. I just carry it with me as an adult. And then my dad passed away when I was 14. So then now it's just me and my mom again. And then now it's really me, my mom, and my great-grandmother and my grandma. And I'm going back and forth between my grandma's house and my mom's house. And my two grandmas were like another set of parents. And my great-grandma was just like the best lady in the neighborhood.
Did your grandparents live in a house, neighborhood?
In a house,
Yeah.
My school was like right next to my grandma's house. And like a lot of my classmates would come because I never walked to school before. My mama would always take me to school, or my grandma would take me to school. So once my mama had to start dropping me off at my grandmother's house so she can go to work and I could go to school, I went to the school my grandmother taught at.
Oh, your grandmother's a teacher.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like a bunch of the kids from school would come like pick me up from my great-grandma's house and walk with me to school. It was such a great experience. Like living in like the neighborhood, and everybody in the neighborhood loved my great-grandma. We call her Big Mama. She used to just be giving money out, giving candy out, like just giving love and advice out. Like, you couldn't pass by my grandmother's door without her giving you something. So I think I learned like a lot of my kindness and like generosity from my great-grandma. And she just always taught me, like, my grandma was not rich. Like, we didn't have a lot, but I thought I was a princess. I thought I was the princess of the neighborhood. I didn't know we was poor.
Right.
Because they took care of me so much and they made me feel so good. I didn't realize what we didn't have. I only knew what I had, and I knew I was so thankful for it. Like, her biggest thing that she always wanted me to do was go to school. She wanted me to go to college, so I did. And I thought I was going to be a nurse.
Everybody was supposed to be a nurse.
Everybody was supposed to be a nurse.
That's right.
So I started going to PV, AMU, and I was like, okay, I'm going to be a nurse because my grandma said I should be a nurse. I did not even want to be a nurse. I just wanted to go to school because my grandma wanted me to go to school.
Were you always this personality? Were you always talking?
Yes. Running my mouth. And when I get in trouble at school, it's for talking.
Right.
But when did you know you wanted to be a performer?
Oh, let my grandma tell it. It was probably like 5. But me, like, my mom was a rapper.
Right.
So then that was very interesting growing up in a house where everybody's an entrepreneur. My mama definitely had a 9 to 5, but like when she came home, she was my mama's a rapper.
Yeah.
And I'm watching her write songs. I'm going to the studio with her. So I kind of just assumed I was going to do that too.
What you do? It was a possibility.
Like, I didn't know that.
It's a family business.
Yeah. I was like, okay, yeah, I do this too. So I would like take her CDs.
I just want to add a little quick funny insert, the family business, because we was playing the video the other day from Step Brothers. I don't know if a lot of y'all seen Step Brothers or whatnot. And it was hilarious to me that the dude Dale was like, yeah, I'm just going to be part of the family business, but his dad was a medical doctor. Child, I just thought that was hilarious. I was watching Step Brothers the other day, so that stood out to me. But anyway, a lot of the other things that she's saying is so true. Like, and wow, this is crazy. Like, this is what I'm saying. You got to take the time to get to know people, because a lot of time we see celebrities and even each other, and we see one another on the surface level, but we don't know all of like our background, our history, you know, how we became who we are, like where we started and where we are now. And just listen to her speak or whatnot, outside of the fact that she said her dad was with her for a little while, I believe it was 7 years, because she said her dad came back into her life when she was 7. And unfortunately, he exited her life yet again when she was 14. And 7 years in between, right? So she had 7 years with her dad. And that was a shift. It was a change, she said, you know, because she's so used to being with her mama, sleeping in the bed with her mama. And now daddy's home. So it's like, you're going to have to get out of bed and sleep in your own bed. So that's cute. That's a thing, that people maybe can attest to. As far as my experience, as far as like what she's saying that I think, resonate with me is that she was like majorly raised by her mother, her grandmother, and she said her great grandmother, which is a blessing. That that your great grandmother is still here. My great grandmother wasn't, but I did have my grandmother that raised me. I didn't get 7 years with my dad. I got no years with my dad at all. 0 years. I think he probably was in my life like when I first was born, maybe 2 weeks, and then that's it. And then I never saw from him again. And a whole lot of stuff went down or whatever. But when she talked about her relationship with her dad, and she said that was her bestie, you know what I'm saying? Like they were very close. I do believe that, in my personal opinion, like I do think that that's very important to have a father figure in your life, whether you are a boy or whether you are a girl, right? Because there's things that they can teach you and add in, to your upbringing or whatnot. Um, that that's supposed to be for a mother. I'm sorry, a father. It's supposed to be a father's role to pour these things in, to the child. That's why I believe it takes two to make a child. And I think the way it is always supposed to be is that you're supposed to have both parents. You're supposed to have a father. You're supposed to have a mother. There's things your mother gonna do. There's things your father gonna do. There's things your mother can teach you. There's things your father gonna teach you, whether you're a boy or a girl. I just believe that. And I think sometimes when you have, a deficit of that, then there can be some things maybe that you could be lacking or haven't learned, or it may, it may have a whole effect on how you navigate through life, right? Whether you are a girl, a boy, a man, a woman, whatever. But she did get a lot of time with her father, and she was like, I wanted to be just like him. So, she said she was like his shadow. She followed him everywhere and whatever he was doing, how he was doing. She loved him to death. Like, and so then, when people sometimes see like some women, they feel like they're very like aggressive or more masculine or something like that. I think it's because they have gotten lessons from their father, right? On how to operate and navigate in this world as a woman, but from a male perspective. Because if you have a father that cares about you and he's got a little young daughter and he know because he's been doing the things, child, he's going to tell his daughter what to look out for, what to not tolerate. You know what I'm saying? You have a better like compass of moving through life, especially when it's in operation and connectivity with men, right? And sometimes you can go overboard with that, you know what I mean? But like you think of not just Megan Thee Stallion, you think of like Lotto, you know what I'm saying? And even other artists that y'all could put on the scale that people have listed these women as like aggressive and dominant and things like that. I don't. I mean, it can sometimes go overboard, but I think a lot of the strength that they have and the value that they have when it comes to being in relationships and just how they walk out in the world. I think a lot of their confidence and their strength comes from the fact that their father poured that into them, right? Because their father was probably one telling them like, no, you don't let these men talk to you no type of way. You don't let these men do this. You don't let these men do that. Like they pouring that into them. I think a lot of women that don't grow up with like that masculine, energy or father side, and it's more, soft and feminine all the time. I think that a lot of those type of women do become a bit soft and let, a lot of more things go under, the radar or let things get, they let men get away with things when they're in relationships with men because, they don't know what that standard looks like. If you got a good father in your life, he's going to show you what the standard should be for you as a woman, as far as how a man should treat you and how you should be treated in a relationship and how you deal with these guys because he's giving you the game and he's giving you the male game because you're his daughter and he loves you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like he don't want to see you going through what he probably, unfortunately, even knows he probably put a lot of other women through, Or if he's a stand-up guy, he'll tell you, this is what a stand-up guy looks like and this is what a stand-up guy does. So it sets that bar and that tone for women when they have like a father or a male figure in their life that's showing them what not to do, what to look out for, and all of that. And I do, and I think a lot of people can attest to, like, a lot of people I've talked to, and I'm experiencing this now, like, boys tend to cling to their mothers. Girls tend to cling to their fathers because they understand. And I don't think necessarily they understand. What I think is we're created to know that there is some type of deficit. It's a yin and a yang, right? There's things as a female and a girl that you need to get from your father or a male. You automatically kind of get it from your mother from like day one. And the mother typically ain't going nowhere, But there are some scenarios where the mothers dip. But for the most part, the mothers is always there. So the nurturing and the loving and the kindness and all of that is there. But then you do need that yang from the male and the father. I think that we were created for that to be a thing and for that to happen. You know what I mean? It's necessary, I think, for a good balance of, whatever it is we need. But then again, once you get older, you can choose and decide what you want to lean into more. You know what I mean? Are you going to continue to be balanced, or do you lean more so to one side or more so to the other side? You still can make that choice, but at least you had the experience and, you were raised where you have that balanced structure and foundation. You just decide what foundation you want to stand on. Do you want to be more like your father and more masculine, like even as being a woman, or do you want to be more like your mother and more feminine, like? And then some people will say they don't agree with that because they say that their mothers was masculine. But a lot of the time, if you have a mother that's like really like rough and masculine presenting, majority of the reason why that is because there's no male around. And so now she has to be both. And we do have both energies in us as human beings, right? We both have feminine energy and masculine energy. And when you're raising a child, if you can't just rest on the energy and what it is you bring to the table as a woman because the man is not there to provide his part, then now you got to provide both parts. And then depending on what you feel as though that child needs more at that time, that's where that energy is going to go up, Like you're going to be more masculine energy because you see like you may be raising a boy and you got to be more tough with that boy. You know what I mean? Or it's certain things that's like you got to fill in the gap that really you could have been doing your mother and, femininity and nurturing thing. And then the father doing the masculine, thing where it's like the discipline and, all of that type of stuff. That's for me is what I believe how it was intended to be. Like it was intended to be balanced. The mother and the woman bring to the table what she do when it comes to raising a child, and the father and the man bring to the table what he needs to bring when it comes to raising a child. And I think that gives an opportunity for some children to have a little bit more balance, even though, like I said, when they get older, they can choose whichever way they want to go. But let's get back into the video, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Again, like I said, please do not be scared to join the conversation. If you think it's a good conversation, is a good topic that we're talking about, then like just join. Don't let nobody shy you away from doing what it is you want to do. But if you just want to be, in the cut and just laying up, chilling and listening, that's fine as well. Thank you. I still appreciate that. And, if people are in the bushes, they're always going to be in the bushes. But let's get back into it.
Because back then, it would be like all the instrumentals would be on CDs. So I would steal her CDs and I would start writing. She'd be like, have you seen my CD? And I'd be like, no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So I would be writing every day after school.
Did you have your own bedroom in your grandparents' house?
Oh, no. Not in my grandma's house. What? Why would I even say that? Yes, I did.
Because I was like, I bet you're a little spoiled self did.
Yeah. No, at my nanny house, I definitely had my own room. And my nanny loved a good project. So we definitely would it was like we was decorating that room every day. Like it's never ending. I'm pretty sure at the room now she's still doing stuff to it.
What was your theme? What was your what were you trying to? What was
just
your edge?
Pink, cheetah print, zebra print, rainbow, like fur. It was too much going on in there, but it was like a little girl's dream room.
Yeah.
But my room at my granny house was definitely better than the room at my house.
Because your mother probably was like, "You're not putting all that stuff in my house."
My mama just was like, "You going to your granny house anyway, so you just go ahead over there with that." But Nanny, she definitely loved a project. So she just let me. Well, I don't know if y'all have big lots in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll be at Big Lots, Walmart, Dollar Tree, all kind of stuff. Anything I see that look like it could go in my room, Nanny getting it for me.
What was your favorite thing in your room?
I had like a pink satin comforter.
Oh, yes.
Yes, and I would go in my room every day and just like slide. Yes, like I know I'm home from school. I'm excited. I'm just sliding in the room. Yes. And I just feel like I remember the smell of these like feathery pink pillows I had.
Yeah.
Like, you know what the plastic on feathers smell like? Yes, that's what I remember about my room the most.
So you took your mom's CDs.
Yes.
And you were writing songs at like 6 or 7 or more, was it more like 10 or 12?
Yeah, maybe when I started around 10 or 12, I would take her CDs and do that. Like I had my own like little Barbie, I don't even know what to call it. There was a thing that Barbie had at the time and it played instrumentals for some reason.
I missed that.
Yeah. But I don't think it was a popular toy.
Okay.
It was just like random songs on like this little Barbie speaker. And I started writing songs over the Barbie instrumentals. And then I was like, yeah, I do this. I could do this. I see my mama do it every day. And then when I turned like 10, in that vein, I definitely started being Megan. I wasn't a stallion yet. But I knew I was going to be something.
Really?
Yeah. And then eventually, I didn't tell my mama I could rap until I was like 18.
Wow.
Because I wanted to curse. And I just didn't feel like she was going to be ready to hear me cursing.
It's like, it's a part of who I'm going to be. So you don't need to know about this.
You don't need to know her yet.
So how did you practice or do that without her knowing?
I think that... So when I was in the 9th grade, that's when I changed all my social media to The Stallion. So on Facebook and on Instagram.
How old were you?
9th grade.
I think you like...
14.
14? Yeah. So I was The Stallion already. So I was like pretty popular, you know. Nobody knew I could rap. They just thought I was cool, you know. But when I got to college, that's when I was like, okay, I'm a rapper. I do this.
Yeah.
And I started freestyling at school. And then I was like, okay, I got to tell my mom because I really want to. She see it on the internet because it's definitely on my Instagram. But I don't think my mom was even on Instagram at the time. But I was like, she's going to see it probably. So I need to just tell her that I'm cursing. And
what was that conversation like?
I was like, Mama,
got some news for you.
I want to rap. And she was like, really? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, well, don't whoop me.
Let's start there.
But I'm cursing. And she was like, what you saying? And I was going hard. And I was like, okay, Mama, for real, don't be mad.
Yeah.
Because I was talking crazy. Like my mama had me grow up listening to Pimp C, Bun B,
so you
3
knew,
6 Mafia.
It's like
just
come on,
don't be confused about where this came from. You like so when I let her hear what I was rapping about, she was like, who is this? Like, where did you learn how to talk like that? Mind you, she is the rapper and she's also cursing, but we definitely were not talking about the same thing. I definitely was. I was probably her on 10.
Yeah.
And once she figured out I could rap, like we both would like get in the car whenever we were going places and we'll be freestyling in the car together.
Wow.
Yes. And I just wanted to be better than her at rapping. So I was like, that was my competition. My mom was my competition. Wow. But she was also like my biggest supporter. I just wanted to make her proud. And I wanted her to know I'm serious about this and I really can do it. And I'm really good at it. So, and I wanted her to know I'm serious. So I started trying to go to the studio by myself. And, that wasn't really working out that well. Like I was getting places, I was doing things.
Right.
But when I told my mom and she knew I started going to the studio by myself, she was like, girl, you are a young woman trying to be in the studio by yourself. I'm taking you to the studio and I'm going to be your manager if this is really what you want to do. And then ever since then, it was just us two.
Now, was your mom hesitant about you going to the studio on your own because of the environment or what was she worried about?
now being who I am and seeing what can go on in the studio, I know that she definitely was like, you are not going anywhere. 19, 18 in the studio with a bunch of guys by yourself. I'm coming.
Yeah.
And at first I would go to the studio and it's me and my mom. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's cramping my style. Like, my mom is in the studio. Everybody's trying to sit up straight. Like, nobody's doing regular studio things. But I was fine with that. I was like, my mom is up here. Nobody better mess with me. We came here to do our work and I'm gone. But I try to keep that same etiquette too. Even now, when I go to the studio, I know exactly what I'm about to say. Even if sometimes I go in there and I freestyle and I spend more time in there. But learning from my mom, she would probably have 6 songs written because studio time costs money. So she's using her time wisely. She didn't come here to play. She's not messing around. She's not relaxing. She's not hanging out.
She was a professional.
Yes. So I still do the same thing in the studio.
So she taught you how to be a professional. Yeah.
And even though I can relax in the studio at this point, it's just been in me so long to go to the studio and get my work done. And get out.
Well, this is what we talk about, the process. Like, a lot of people want the fame without the hard work that goes into it, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's a little bit easier to do that though now. You can go viral on Instagram and have a terrible song. And
but
just
do you really last though? You don't last that way, do you?
Sometimes and sometimes not. Like, just the internet has made it really easy to be famous. Good or bad. So I think you can tell the difference between people who really love what they do and people who just want to be famous. And like, I feel like I fall on the side of I really love what I do.
All right, y'all. So for that portion of her conversation, she really was talking about like where it all began. And, she said, and I don't know if everybody knows, but I knew, because I like Megan Thee Stallion. So when I like somebody, I'll be listening to it. But yeah, her mother was a rapper. So she became a rapper, because she was inspired by her mother or whatnot. But she did wait a bit or whatnot to come out with it. And she wanted to, she wanted to prove to her mother that she was good. You know what I'm saying? And she wanted to go, I guess, further or whatever than maybe her mother did, or just make her mother proud or whatever. But I thought that was a cute little story. And, then she just went on to say basically the same things that we all know. It's just like, traveling through your journey or whatever, once you're young and then you're getting old or whatever, and just betting on yourself, being confident. But unfortunately, sometimes our dreams and our things that we want to see be brought into fruition, it can, be a little bit expensive. It can cost some money, and stuff like that. So you have to go through all of that. You may not be able to just, you in the studio for free, or you got your own studio in your house. It may not be like that. You may have to work 2 and 3 jobs just so you can get like a few hours of studio time, right? To make your dreams and stuff come true. So you got to get it out the mud in whatever way that you can. So I thought that was pretty cool for her to talk about as well. As far as her relationship with her mother and how her mother inspired her to actually become a rapper. And then even when she told her mom that she was rapping and that's what she wanted to do, her mom was supportive about it. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess that would be, I don't know, maybe it would be easier because she already was a rapper herself. So it's like, and then see the skills and the talents that her daughter has. And she's like, yo, okay, I want to see that for you. And I think a lot of times too, what happens is, with parents, a lot of times parents have their own dreams, their own things that they do. It may not have popped off or happened for them. And then they have a child, right? So now you got to put your dreams and the things that you want maybe to the side or the back burner because you got to focus on your children, And I think that sometimes too, it's like dynamics where there's parents that's like, they want to see that for their child, like to surpass them or do the things that they maybe just didn't get to do in time. And then you have some parents that hate on their children because they're like, well, now you have this opportunity to do what it is I wanted to do. But because I had you and had to take care of you, it took away from my time in the sun, and the opportunities and all the things that I wanted to do. So I think sometimes that can be, a dynamic or whatnot when it comes between parents and their children. And sometimes it can cause friction, but I think it's a lovely thing, when parents are very supportive, with their children. But yeah, so let's go ahead and take a quick song break, y'all. After the song break, we'll come back and we'll play a little bit more. We're at like the 1 hour and 30-minute mark, so I think I'll push us to like 2 hours and 30 minutes if y'all want to still rock with me and listen to me, and listen to Megan, on this live, and that'll be our part 1, and then I'll come back and do a part 2 because the entire interview is a little bit longer. She's gonna get into the meat and potatoes of a lot of things, the stuff, the juicy stuff y'all want to hear, about things that was going on, with her and that situation. I ain't gonna speak on it. I'm gonna let her do it. And just other things that, get told in headlines or talked about in headlines, when it comes to her and her life and stuff like that. They're gonna get into that in a bit, but this is a start. You start from the beginning and then you work your way through. So she's telling her beginning story, and then she's gonna get into the stuff that everybody probably really more so know about her and think is more entertaining. So we'll get into that in a little bit. Let's just take a quick song break and we'll be right back. I want y'all to remember, right? And that's why I'm playing these songs, okay? Because even despite the things that she's been through, we all can pivot and turn it around and change and, go in a different direction. But we got to bet on ourselves. We got to believe in ourselves. And we got to sometimes tune out the outside voices, right? Because people are always going to have thoughts and feelings and opinions about you. But you know who you are. You know what mission you're on. You know what you're doing. And for me, spiritually, I don't know if anybody else, if you're not, no disrespect. But spiritually, we know what our Creator said we're capable of. And we always can be forgiven. And we always can turn it around. And a lot of times we all have a purpose in this life. And so we can't let the outside noise, always deter us. But let's get into this song and we'll be right back.
I had to change the way I move before I change the way they see me. Turn me up. Let's ride. Yeah. Let's ride. Hey. I had to clean up my mindset before I cleaned up my image. Can't build a new future, still trapping, no decisions. Every scar left a lesson, every loss gave me vision. Had to stop looking backwards just to see my position. I ain't chasing the noise, I let purpose make the sound. Stop searching for approval when I finally found myself now. I don't need a room full of people saying my name. When I know who I am, I don't move the same. They watch the numbers change, they watch the season shift, but the one thing that stayed solid was the fire in my spirit. Too focused to be bitter, too grown to stay little. Every challenge built my armor, now I'm sharper in the middle. I found my power when I lost validation. Turn my pain into my motivation. This ain't ego, this elevation. Every setback was my preparation. I changed my heart, now my art hits different. I changed my mind. Old conditions. I don't move for the lights. I move because I'm driven. If it don't match my purpose, I don't need permission. Pivot, elevate, create. That's the energy. Pivot, elevate, create. That's the legacy. Energy. Hey. Every masterpiece started when they told somebody no. Now they watching every level while I'm building my own road. I never had to fake it, never had to play a role. I was busy building something they can never take control. I got the speakers knocking, windows shaking, doom, dreams in motion. No more waiting, no more people pleasing, no more imitation. Queens build empire. Wait, we don't beg for invitations. See, growth gets quiet before everybody sees it. They love the flowers but forget who planted the seeds. I was working in the shadows, I was let me change. If I grow, let me grow. I was never meant to stay in the places that broke me. New mindset, new direction, new energy, new reflection. I don't owe an apology for becoming who I'm meant to be. I changed my soul. Now my voice got power. Changed my vision. Now I'm rising every hour, every setback made me stronger inside. Every mountain built the woman I am tonight. We don't fall, we rise. We don't stop, we shine. I created my story. Now I'm walking in my light. Hey, 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 pivot, elevate, elevate, create. That's the energy, energy, energy. Pivot, elevate, elevate, create. That's the legacy. They thought I was changing, I was evolving. They thought I was lost, I was rebuilding. Create from the soul, create from the soul, create from the soul.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with me for that quick little song break. We about to go ahead and get to some more of the video. And so they're going to be getting into the meat and potatoes of the conversation, right? And a little bit of deeper things as well. And so on the second part of what we're going to hear here is about owning your power, right? And so this is where I really like to focus on. Okay, what does it actually mean for a woman to own her power? It doesn't mean that you're perfect. It doesn't mean that you never make mistakes. It doesn't mean everybody has to agree with you. It means you understand your value and you refuse to let other people completely define you. Sometimes owning your power means saying, this is who I am. This is what I will accept. This is what I will no longer accept. And sometimes it simply means just choosing yourself. But Megan has a really great story to tell about that. So let's go ahead and hop back into the video, y'all. And I will meet you in the chat if y'all want to join me. But yeah, let's get into it.
House, and then you were another kid, when you went home, were you doing that throughout life? Like, were you one kid in school? Were you another when you were a rapper? I mean, were you even bifurcating like that? Did you know that was going on?
I think unintentionally, like I'm the kind of person who shows up for everybody in the way that they need.
Yeah.
So I think maybe my mom and dad needed me to show up this kind of way at home.
Yeah.
And then my grandma needed a baby. So I'm letting her baby me over here. At school, I'm this kind of friend.
Yeah.
As an artist, I'm this kind of artist. Like I feel like I just am able to like get in pockets of what I feel like people need from me. And I've been doing that for a long time.
Is that exhausting?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. 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 So what do you need for you?
I don't know. I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a really good question. I'm still working through that.
Yeah.
Like some days I wake up and the one thing I know that I like to do is make music.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing. I don't want to change that.
Yeah.
Everything else I'm still figuring out.
Can an old guy like me be a hottie?
Okay. Everybody. the way the question was asked. Like just the movie. I'm like,
the way the question was asked.
Yes. Of course. Like hotties can be hot boys, hot girls, hot everybody, hot people.
Right.
Like a hottie is just a hot person and a person that like Megan Thee Stallion. That's all you gotta do. Just like me.
What would we have to do to hot him up, though?
You don't think he hot?
I told him he could take off his t-shirt and button that down a little bit.
It's not buttoned.
Right. Oh,
he already unbuttoned. He knew what type of time he was on today. Hot boy.
Hot boy.
Hot man.
Hot boy.
Oh, Aaron, my youngest would be loving this.
Yes. Where's Aaron?
He's just going into high school.
Yes.
So this is business, Megan, because you had the brilliance of trademarking.
Yes.
Hot girl summer. That was like, tell us about that idea and how in your young life did you kind of go, wait a minute.
This is my thing. So sometimes I feel like in just being awesome and Black. You know, we do so many things that are cool and just so impactful on the culture. We start a lot of trends. We just are trendsetters, you know? So I feel like when I first started saying Hot Girl Summer and everybody was like, yes, like, I love that. I want that. How do I be a part of this? How do I get in? It was just already so big. It just started being everywhere. Like I would see Hot Girl Grill or hot this summer, hot that. And I'd be like, wait a minute.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Now, Chipotle. This is definitely my thing. So if you want to be an extension of hot anything, it's Megan Thee Stallion. So y'all just gonna remember that every time you got to come ask me to use it. You know who to call. I feel like it's just important to have a handle on your name, your brand, your likeness. And luckily, I just have such amazing management. Like they see things before I see it sometimes. And just being with Roc Nation, like I feel like they just have helped me be so business minded. They have let me know the world is bigger than what I thought it was. I could be a lot of things I'd never even thought of being. So just maybe since 2019, just being a part of the culture and being a part of Roc Nation, like my business mind has just expanded so much. And just shout out to Desiree Perez, because that's the woman who definitely like took me in and started helping me and guided me through being Megan Thee Stallion in these past years.
And you own all your own music and all of that stuff.
That's,
See,
that's such a blessing.
And you know, I'm just new to this whole show business stuff, but can you talk a little bit about how you accomplished that feat?
Yeah. So when I first ever like entered the music industry and started getting signed to any kind of label or doing label deals or meetings and all the things, it was just me and my mom.
Right.
And all I knew was I wanted to help my mom pay her bills. I didn't want my mom to struggle. So in my mind, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to hurry up and sign something so I could help me and my mom. Like we gotta get out this apartment. So I think like I'm not gonna say every, I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but I think for a lot of young artists, I could speak to wanting to have something, because you coming from just being broke and you want to help everybody you can help. I think that's the position I was in. I didn't sign like such a great deal and I was so miserable ever since then. Like I definitely had some good times. But like the bigger you get as an artist, like the more your name means, the more your likeness means, the more your music means. And it's hard having somebody basically own you. And sometimes it could be these phases where you don't even feel like making music. Like it feels like for me, it felt like I was doing it all for nothing. Somebody talking to me crazy, somebody telling me what I can and can't put out, somebody trying to control my artistry. I just was not having fun. Like I was like, if this is what music is turning into, I don't want to do it. So luckily I was able to, get out of this deal. And ever since then, I was like, I don't ever want to be in a position where I feel like somebody has their foot on my neck. I don't ever want to be in a position where I feel like somebody can openly disrespect me and be like, go get on that stage after this, or put out this music. Or actually, no, you can't put out music. I never wanted to be in a position where I feel like somebody owned me. So everything that I've done, like going forward, has been Hot Girl Productions, my own label, in partnership with somebody else.
When I think about that a lot, when I see more female entertainers embracing themselves and their power, and I always wonder, knowing the industry, it's like, well, is that the saying, or is that actually happening? You know what I mean? Like, are we in charge? Or are we in charge? Right? Because I think about videos that are, sexually explicit. I was like, well, whose idea was that? Is one thing if it's the artist's idea. But then I'm like, are there times when it isn't? And I know you've pushed through that, but what do you see in the industry when it comes to, female empowerment? It's like, are we in power? Or
or is that what you're supposed to say?
Is that what we're supposed to say?
I feel like it's tricky because for me, I've always been really expressive. Okay. Like I've always known exactly what I wanted.
Yeah.
So any situation I walked into, like I might not have had all of the knowledge that I have now, but I definitely will put my foot down about who I was and what I wanted to look like and who I want to be and what my message is. I feel like I was always pretty clear about that. So I didn't walk into any situation where anybody had to build the person I was. Like I already came here Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
So is y'all gonna hop on this train or what? Like
this is what it is.
This is me. This is who I am. Right. And I feel like maybe in some instances with a lot of artists, not just girls, not just women, some artists don't know who they are or what message they're trying to convey or how they want to be seen or perceived. They just know that they can do music or they have this talent or this skill and all they know is they have that. And when you're really young doing it, it take a while for you to find yourself. But luckily I was able to have my mom at the time and my grandmothers and just being brought up the way I was. I already knew who I was when I came in the industry. I ain't have all the knowledge I have now, but I already knew who I was. So I think it's easy to get in a situation when you're trying to figure out who you are as an artist and you start listening to what everybody at the table has to say. You start listening to what the internet has to say and you let other people build your personality. Yeah. So you're going to go through a few phases. You're going to go through a few things that you maybe look back on and be like, now, why did I do that? That's so not me. But I feel like sometimes you have to give like some artists grace because they're trying to figure it out. But unfortunately, they're doing it in everybody's face.
That's right.
I feel like I didn't go through that as like an artist. I went through that as a person. Like when my mom passed away, I immediately still was having to be Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
And so I'm literally trying to figure out how to grieve, how to perform, how to go through everything I'm going through and still do it in front of everybody.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of artists are going through finding themselves in front of a lot of people. And they don't, we don't get to get the grace as a public figure as somebody in their normal life would be, like you're not on camera 24/7. Nobody's checking your social media 24/7 to see what you're doing. Of course you bumping your head and nobody knows about it. Like you can pretend to be perfect because we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But when you are a person that's in the public eye, whatever you do, that's a magnifying glass over the top of it. So I just feel like sometimes we got to give people a little grace because they figuring it out too.
For sure. How have you managed it? I mean, how are you learning to manage it? What are some real clear do's and don'ts? Let me just tell you one thing I learned. I just can't take it in. It's like I have social media, I've got followers, all that sort of stuff, but I don't have it on my phone.
Same.
Okay.
I had to get there.
Yeah.
So I definitely had to realize, okay, what is triggering me? What upsets me? What's making me feel sad?
Yeah.
And how can I control my own emotions? I can't control other people's emotions. I can't control what they say. I definitely had to start coming to the realization if somebody has chosen not to like you, there's nothing you're going to be able to do or say to make them like you. Like every day I would think, dang, everybody hates me. Okay, what can I do to make it better? Like what can I say? Like how can I be? How can I dress? What can I do to make people like me? And then it just started really clicking over time. Like, it don't matter what you do. Like, you could look your best. You could feel your best. You could deliver your best speech. You could deliver your best song, your best performance. If somebody doesn't like you, they're just not going to like you. Yeah. And they might not even, per se, not like you. But if people on the internet are going to talk regardless. Yeah. People are going to have their opinion. There's nothing you can do about it. But you want to know what I can't control? Not having it on my phone. I don't have to see it. Like, I don't have Twitter. I don't have Instagram on my phone. The two apps I have on my phone is Pinterest and TikTok. And I have a lot of puzzle apps on my phone.
Oh, me too. Games. I love the games.
I got every game you can think of on my phone. And my whole TikTok algorithm is like aliens and Frenchies, French bulldogs,
and
I
don't even have TikTok. People will send me something.
Yeah.
And then I can see it for a second.
Yes.
And that's about enough. Because if I really like it, then that's what I'd be doing all day.
I feel like I get a lot of my food videos from TikTok.
See, I'm glad I don't have that.
I gotta keep TikTok. And sometimes I'll go down a rabbit hole and be like, girl, get off this. But luckily, TikTok is one of the apps where your algorithm is so curated to you.
Yeah,
that is I just see what I want to see.
Right, it's the joy.
Yeah, if you go look for something bad, then it starts popping up on the algorithm.
Right there.
I had to learn that too. I was like, why am I seeing this?
It's right there.
Get this off my phone.
Well, it's a good message for the hotties out there.
Yes.
It's like, because you've learned the lessons.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be Meg the Stallion or Michelle Obama. It's true. It's the same thing is true for all young people trying to find themselves and relying too much on what their phone says.
Yeah.
It's like, it's got to be a part of being a hot girl. It's like, let it go, put it down. Don't take it in. It's not real. It's not true. It's not a clear reflection of anything other than what somebody happened to be going through when they said something horrible.
Oh my gosh.
And you can't psychoanalyze everybody and everything. So
I feel like it's easier said than done.
It is easier said than done, which is why you have to keep saying it.
Yeah.
Because it is true. You found it. Even though it's easier said than done, you found that by doing it, you've earned back more of your sanity.
Yes.
I know I do, and they still say crazy stuff about me, You want
to know what's crazy? So like from the outside looking in, when I see, both of us can probably relate to this. I see so much positive Michelle Obama content because that's what I'm looking for. Like that's what I want to see. My algorithm is curated to say positive things about Michelle Obama. Like I love that Michelle Obama's a tall queen. I love everything that she does in the health space. She be dressed. Have y'all seen what Michelle Obama had on today? Like, these are the these are the things that I see, like positive things. But then for some reason, when it's you yourself seeing things, it's always something horrible.
Yeah.
Like I never see bad things. Like it'll be like a trickle here and there. I'll be like, oh, this is hate. This is hating. Like if you hate on Michelle Obama, like,
but when it's
you're not okay.
It's the same thing.
But people tell me that too. And I'll be like, what do you mean? I'm seeing it all the time.
That's
like,
right. That's right.
There's a lot of Megan Thee Stallion hate. And then my manager be like, girl, what part of the internet are you on?
Well. Oh my God. I wanted to listen to this interview today because I listened to it already, but I want to come and share it on the platform and share it with y'all. Because this is literally like the fight right now that I'm having in my life. And I guess a lot of other people may be having as well, right? And, they are speaking some real facts and some real truth when it comes to like how you navigate through being in spaces where I guess, people, the whole thing of the game, right? Whether you a celebrity or you on YouTube and you doing content, you want to connect with people, is that people will come around you, right? And when people come around you, depending on who those people are and how they perceive you, then you have to be, equipped to be able to deal with the different thoughts, feelings, and opinions that people have about you and your character. And it can come off rip. It can be perceived based off of like your actions and your behaviors, your, communications with these people or connections with these people. People will have their perceptions and their things that they will say about you. And y'all see me, child, and I ain't even gonna lie, I pops out and I get real mad because I just don't like when people speak negatively about me and they speak that, I don't like when they play with my family. So my mother, my kids and stuff like that. I don't play those games. And I hear what they're saying where they're basically saying like, the people are going to talk. So you have to get to a point where it's like it doesn't affect you and it doesn't bother you. Like just ignore it. And I'm working on in my journey here through YouTube and in my life to where I can get to that point, where those things don't bother me. They don't move me. They don't shake me. They don't trigger me or anything like that. And one of the things that's like blows my mind is because I didn't realize, right, that, okay, I want to do content on YouTube. I didn't know that doing content on YouTube comes with some of those same similar type of things, right? But, once I understood, I was like, well, yeah, because you're doing content on YouTube, in order for people, your content is going to be viewed. and that's what you need it to be, right? You're making it for people to see it, right? It's your art. It's what you want to do. You want to speak with people. You want to, make songs, or you want to make, artwork or whatnot, for people to, come and view, or, engage in. And when that happens, the people are walking through the door. And when people walk through the door and they come into, like, the way I see YouTube and YouTube channels is like, it's your museum, right? This is your museum. You have your artwork set up, and the things that you do. And a lot of times when you have, like, an open house and whatnot, you're there, your art is there, and people will come in and they'll let you know whether they like it or whether they don't like it. And that's just with the art. And then I think what additionally comes with it is they also have an opinion on whether they like you or they don't like you. And so, like, that was the thing for me, because I was like, I didn't think people were going to judge me based off of who I was. I thought they were more so just going to judge, what I make. And I know, like, when I first started out, I wasn't making that great of stuff, right? Because, you can get more, classy with it. You can get more creative with it and stuff like that. Because of these different tools and things that we have now that we can use and we can operate with, which, child, you get dragged for that. They get mad because you use a tool. I'm like, you mad at me because I'm using tools that's provided for us to use? Like, that's crazy that's a drag, but okay. And then, people will try to get to know you and your character, and they either say they like it or they don't like it, which is okay, because I understand we don't live in a world where everybody has to like you. Everybody's not going to like you, but it has gotten way far out of control here, on this platform. I know everybody sees it and they feel it, and it's just like, it comes for different reasons. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But let's stay on topic. But that is very true. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's just what I see. Like, us, as if you're a content creator or you got a channel or something like that, it's like, people are coming into your art museum to see what art or entertainment that you have to offer that they may be interested in. And so it's just like, if they're interested in it and that's something they want to watch and they want to see, or they want to take a gander at, then they'll come in. And then when they come in, if you are a decent host and you have a kind energy and vibe, and you're chatting with the people and connecting with the people in a positive way, then now they also are not just, having a feeling that they get from the artwork that you create. They also are having a feeling that they get from the persona and the personality that you provide when they engage with you. That's how I see it, right? And so, and that's why I've seen a lot of people, have said, and I don't take that lightly, that, like, with the fighting and the arguing and the chaos that a lot of us, have going on amongst each other on the platform, it makes a lot of people uncomfortable, because they're like, I did not come into, like, an art museum to see people boxing. Like, if I wanted to see a boxing match, I would have went to a boxing match. I came to see artwork. You know what I'm saying? I came to kick and chill with, a funny or a loving personality. I didn't come for a fight. And I think you have to respect and understand what your audience and what your supporters. And I have to be like, I like to be careful with my words when I speak, because I know that there's some words to me personally that makes it seem like this, like the person who's creating the content is like above the person who's coming to watch it. And that's never my mindset at all. We're on the same level, all of us are. And I think it means more to me, right, that people come to view my content and kick it with me and hang out with me for a bit like that. I think that's a higher standard that I hold them to, because they choose to do that and they don't have to. They have other things that they could be doing in their life, time that they take out from their day to do that. So I never take that lightly. I think that is, something that I see as important, respectful, beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I always try to show love, Because I'm like, yo, whoever's taking time out of their day to just come hear me talk or see whatever it is I got going on, they need to get respect, because without that, then who are you performing for? Who are you presenting your art to? You know what I mean? If people are not coming to view or kick it with you, chat with you, or listen to whatever it is that you're doing, then you're just doing it as a mime. Like, you're just doing it for nothing. You know what I mean? So you must appreciate the people who appreciate you, and take the time out of their day to come be with you. So I agree with everything they said right there in that segment. And I guess it's just, I had to get used to that. I had to get used to that and wrap my mind around that. And I'm still working on it. I'm not there. I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm not there. Right. That's why I be crashing out and, stuff like that, because it's just like, once you fully realize, people are going to have their perception of you, people are going to have their opinions, people are going to talk about you. What I don't like, what I think, I feel as though I can understand is like, if you are having a perception or perspective of like my art and what I do, I think like I don't have a problem with that. Like, if you say like, yo, her content boring, that's not gonna make me upset. If you say like, oh, I don't like the tone of her voice, that's not gonna make me upset. But the vitriol that has started to enter into this platform, where it's like, now people are coming to look at your artwork, or kick it with you or vibe or chill with you, in this space. But then now you see people are talking about like your child, and saying terrible things about your child, and calling you things that you're not, and wanting to fight and wrestle with you. Like I said, if we're coming to just enjoy each other's art, why is it seeming to always have to like end up in a boxing match? Like, either we're buying a ticket to a boxing match, or we're just buying a ticket to a concert, or an art museum or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like it all has now start to like merge together. Like, and I do know, excuse me, I do know that in this world, and I've experienced this, child, even since I was in middle school and high school, like, there's just people out there that are envious and jealous. It's just like, I have an art museum over here on this side of the street. You have an art museum over there on your side of the street. And it's just like, okay, let me tell you. Have y'all seen that have y'all seen the newest movie from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? The newest movie of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory will show y'all exactly what like this YouTube is like. Because Willy Wonka, he came out from nowhere or whatnot, and he came to this city or whatnot. And he had this great recipe for chocolate. He had this, extraordinary style and energy and personality. And, he came in there, and there was already other, candy makers and stuff that were there. And when he came to promote his candy, that he makes, and, introduce himself to the people, the other chocolate makers was looking at him, and they was hating on him. They was like, yo, the people seem to really like him. But this is our turf. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then even amongst themselves, like, they all were boring. So, okay, everybody be boring together. People need chocolate, they'll go where they go, wherever it's convenient to get chocolate. But Willy Wonka's chocolate was different. He came with a whole different swag, a whole different recipe. He came with a performance, child, and then also love and uplifting and, happiness and kindness and all of that stuff. And the other chocolate maker was like, buy my chocolate and get out. He wasn't doing that. He was giving the people an experience, And I seen how like they were jealous of that. Like, and in the movie, that's literally what they did. They were doing everything that they possibly could to destroy him and get rid of him and get him up out of there, because they like, yo, the people like him better than us. He's gonna steal our shine. You know what I'm saying? Because he's different and he's unique and he's bringing something different to the table than what we bring or what we've had here. And I feel like YouTube is the same way. I ain't even gonna lie. And it could be the music industry, it could be the movie industry, anything where people feel like they have to be in competition mode. I feel like it's the same way, and they do the same thing. Like they see somebody else coming in, they like, yo, that person is stepping on our toes. You're not trying to step on nobody's toes. You're just entering the door as who you are and bringing forth what you bring forth. But if there's people out there that feel or see like your shine is going to dim their light, they go out of their way to destroy you. They really, really do. And that's what I've been paying close attention to on this platform, where a lot of these things have been going down. And we see that that's a thing. That is really, really a thing. But let me go ahead and check the chat a little bit. Okay. So Daisy say 100. Megan is an inspiration. Yeah, she is. And, like I know there's a lot of things that have been said or whatnot, about some of the way that she have moved and certain things that she's been involved in. And remember when we said at the beginning, it's like, this is a young girl in her prime, fine, fine, fine girl, and coming in and just, you know what I'm saying? Like trying to find her place and find her way, but be herself at the same time, make mistakes, you know what I'm saying? Partying, hanging out, doing whatever, living her life. And people will judge your journey, even if, because it's like where you're at in your journey is not what they see for you or what they think for you. You know what I mean? Or your looks or something is, a problem to them, or how you express yourself is a problem to them. A lot of these problems don't come from the people. They come from the other people that are, you know, that are looking at your content, they're listening to your music, they're looking at your life and stuff like that. And whatever issues or feelings or thoughts that they're having, that they're putting on you, I really wholeheartedly believe that it's projection. I think it's because they're unhappy that you have that, or you can do that, or you possess that, and that they don't. So they project that onto you. That's what I really think. But I was a part before of the people who would like heavily judge celebrities and make commentary like, oh, she don't need to be doing that. And why she always got her ass out, and why she dressed like that. And I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, at some point I was a part of that mindset, like that team and stuff like that. That not team, but like, you know what I'm saying? That energy that's like we're judging people that we don't know. You know what I'm saying? And we talking about things because it's like this is our standard, and we trying to put our standards on somebody else. Like, oh, why does she always got her booty cheeks out? Okay, because she want to have her booty cheeks out. If you don't want to have your booty cheeks out, then don't put your booty cheeks out. But if she want to have hers out, what's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why police her about that? That's her choice. And it took me more time, especially like, because I used to listen to the channel. That's what I thought. Honestly, this sector started off to be. It was celebrity gossip, but people told me, no, that's not it. That's not true. But when I came in, that's what mostly was happening, in this sector, was that content creators was talking about things that was going on with celebrities and stuff like that. And we all was, listening and giving, our opinion. So that's what I thought this sector was and how it had started, but I could be wrong. Anyway, but once I started doing content and becoming a content creator, which is I wasn't looking for fame or nothing like that, like as if I was a celebrity or anything. I'm just saying this is what I'm putting out. If anybody likes it, they like it, and if they don't, they don't. But what I started seeing is, dang, the way that we judge celebrities, when you become a content creator, that same energy now is like what you have to deal with, right? Because now people are watching everything that you do. People are listening to everything that you say. People are judging the artwork that you make. People are judging the music that you make. They're judging how you do your content, your lives, and everything about you. People are judging. They're looking at your family, how you treat your child, how you treat your mother. Do you have a child? Do you have a mother? And I was like, dang, okay, so we being peeled back the same way celebrities is being peeled back, in the way we have been peeling them back. And so once that started happening for me, I was like, okay, let me change how I view and approach things, even when it comes to celebrities. I said, I'm going to change my mindset to see like celebrities are people just like us. You know what I'm saying? Now, they may be on a higher tax bracket, or they may be in Hollywood, or they may have record deals and things and stuff like that. But at the very foundation and core, they are really just people like we are. And so when I started saying how angry, and I still get angry, and frustrated I was getting with people picking my life apart, I was like, well, dang, how they feel. Because they have a higher and a wage user following, imagine how many people is picking them apart and digging into their life and saying this and saying that about them all the time. And so I was like, I feel like we have to have empathy for that. You know what I mean? And so now it's like I may have my personal thoughts and feelings and stuff like that, but I'll keep it to myself, and I won't bring it to a platform no more. I want to bring and shed light on celebrity in a positive way. So that's why I have the title Celebrity Gossip with Purpose. Because the purpose is that I like to hear conversations, and y'all know I like interviews. I like to listen to people talking, because I'm probably never going to meet these people face to face and have a conversation with them. But I feel like when they do interviews and they sit down, and they sometimes open up and stuff like that, you get a better understanding of like who they are, where they're from, how they started, their mindset, they really are at the core. A little bit, a little bit, enough for us, I think, on this platform. Of course, getting to know someone face to face and spending time with them, physically would be the best way to go. But, you know, it's just like I changed my mindset when it came to that. But that happened because of the experiences that I was having, right? So if it wasn't for those experiences, maybe I'd still be over there, kikiing and cackling along and laughing at celebrities, or that's what we call them, celebrities and stuff. But these people that we don't know, like, we just know what we see on the surface, but at the foundation in the core, we don't know who these people are, and how they are, and how they live their life, and what they're going through, and nothing like that. So it pushed me to a place where I started having more empathy and understanding for them. And I didn't want to, no longer be like the person that may be adding to their stress, that may be adding to their possible crash out, because we've seen a lot of celebrities that's unfortunately no longer with us because they crashed out because it was too much pressure of so many people judging their life and telling them how they should be and how they shouldn't be, how they should dress, how they shouldn't dress, what they are and what they're not, and some people can handle that because they're strong. And some people, they do it as long as they can until they can't anymore. And then some people from the very beginning are not strong enough to do it. So a lot of people, even if we switch it from, the celebrities down, and we just talk about YouTube and content creators, we're experiencing the same thing. Like, there are some people that can handle this type of stuff, and there are some people that can't. There's some people who try to fight through it as long as they possibly can, and they become extremely exhausted because it is very taxing on your spirit, on your energy, on your mind. And I feel like a lot of people, more so than not right now, are like literally in that space where like there's a lot of judgment being passed amongst each other, and we can't get along, or see eye to eye. And then, like I told y'all, the Willy Wonka, you got people that's out here that's jealous. They're jealous and they envious because there's something about you. There's something about your character. There's something about what you do and what you bring to the table. And they feel as though you coming into the mix is now becoming a threat for them. And it's just like, no. Like, why can't you celebrate that person for the great skills and abilities that they have? You know what I mean? Like, why can't you big them up instead of feeling like they're a threat to you? So a lot of what is going on here on YouTube, it is seeming like now is very kind of similar to what a lot of these celebrities, like art, music artists, actors, actresses, and stuff, what they go through. So I don't know, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think about that. But oh, you said never say never. Yeah, never say never, y'all. You never know. Watching someone's the choice people choose to be negative with comments and opinions. Yeah, and I mean, if it's things happen and get said, right, that lead certain people that have a fighter spirit to pop out and retaliate and fight back because that may, child, that may just be who you are based on how you're raised and how you respond to this type of stuff. And then when you start fighting back, then your fighting spirit starts to become what the people say is your persona and their understanding of your character. And I'm like, because I get into a fight, now I'm a rageful and aggressive and abusive person because I got into a fight that a lot of times I didn't even start. Somebody else started it. They hit me first, and I'm not supposed to hit you back. So, a lot of people have that type of energy. And it's not even physical. Like, this is not even physical fights. This is just like online, like fighting and stuff like that. And this is why I know that a lot of people online have never been in a physical fight. They haven't, because they don't understand. If somebody walk up to you and they hit you and punch you, there are people out here that's going to be like, now it's a fight has started because you think that you're going to just let people punch you and hit you and you don't defend yourself. So we see that happening virtually. But then that becomes like, now this is your whole character and your whole identity because you got into a fight with somebody who punched you first. Like, okay, that is so weird. And that is so like, okay, I don't even know how to explain that. But y'all see where I'm coming from. Split said it's called gaslighting. Daisy said 100. Yeah, like y'all see where I'm coming from. Like it don't work like that. You don't get to hit people and then don't expect to get hit back. And then what people get mad about is that when they get hit back, they get hit back harder. Because you should not be out here hitting people. You need to understand like the opponent, the person that you out here, attacking, you never know what they're capable of because you don't know them from a can of paint. So you run up and you punch a random person on the street and you thinking like, oh, I'm gonna, and for what is my question? Like, why would you do that? But then you think you don't get the best of them, and then they come back and they, chop you up as far as karate chopping, not other chopping up, and you lose. Like you lose. So, that's just how fighting goes. Like don't enter into fights if you don't know how the other person fight and the strength of the other person. Like I just think, that's we've learned that from being in actual real communities and streets and altercations and situations. It's like you just don't do that. But anyway, moving on. Y'all know I get winded. We at 218. All right. So let's play some more Megan because child, she is so pretty. And this conversation is so good. I'll play more of this. And then after we've done, per usual, some bops. I'm just trying to keep y'all here just a few minutes more, not too long. We could get through the whole interview if y'all wanted to stay. But I just feel like that'd be too long to keep y'all because it's not much more left of the interview. So y'all let me know in the chat. Do y'all want to listen to the interview to the end? Because the little part that's left, I don't know if it even warrants doing a part 2 on. You know what I'm saying? Like it's too short to even do a part 2. I should have just did half of it. But I thought we was just having a good conversation and she was speaking like some really good things. So I just kept letting it rock. But I'll let y'all to that part right here. Do y'all want me to finish it to the end, or do you want to do that little small portion that's left on a part 2? I think we should finish it to the end, but let me know if y'all got time. Okay, I appreciate all of y'all for coming and kicking it with me and whatnot. And I think this conversation is good. So, and I love Michelle Obama and I love Megan Thee Stallion, but I know that she done been through some things. There's been some things that she done done, and they like we all done some things, y'all. We all done some things. So that's why I'm like, judgment is getting really high out here in these streets because we're judging others and knowing deep down inside we done probably did something 10 times worse than what we judging them on doing. So everybody done some things, okay? But that's another conversation for another day. But let's hear more of Megan out. I'm gonna meet y'all back over in the chat.
You be outside of a bubble yet? I mean, is your life bubble-fied?
Yes.
So what are some of your escapes? Speaking as a bubbled
as
up
another
person.
bubble community member.
As another bubble community. How are you breaking out of your bubble?
You know what? Like recently I've tried to start like going back out like publicly more again. Like even if it's as simple as going to dinner.
Yeah.
It was a point in life I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to go anywhere. I don't want to be filmed eating. I don't want to be filmed getting coffee. I don't want to be filmed talking to people. Like just bye. I'm not going outside. And I would be like a vampire in my room in the dark all the time until I had to go be social.
Right.
But like I feel like my glam team, like a lot of them are, my best friend is my hairstylist. So like even as Kellen, even as simple as going to dinner with Kellen or like T. Ferris is like a brother at this point. And we'll maybe take all my dogs out on a walk or something. Like just simple things. Like so I'm starting to do the simple things again.
Yeah.
Because I definitely was in my head for a long time. I was not in a good space. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to talk to nobody until I had to just turn into Megan Thee Stallion.
That's right.
But now I'm doing more Megan things.
How does that feel?
I feel better.
Yeah.
Like I feel a little less heavy.
Yeah.
Like everything is not so serious all the time. I was like, I'm not using my 24 hours like as fun as I could be. Let's go to Iceland or something.
There
like,
you
I
go.
just wake up and do whatever. Like, I can do this.
Yes.
So why am I being boring?
Right.
I'm looking at people travel on TikTok and I'm like, I can do this.
Right.
Go out there. Go eat.
And that's a thing you have to learn. Like becoming famous, who teaches you that?
There's no class.
There's no class on that. There's no class on even to expect that that's going to happen to you.
Right.
Everybody's all picturing the convertible going down Sunset Boulevard and you got your music on. When you're famous, you can't do that.
No.
You don't even want to ride in a car. It's like I just started driving. I just, for the first time, drove in a car with my daughters by ourselves.
What?
That was their Mother's Day gift for me, and I could cry, right? Because they don't live in a bubble, as you've seen. And one of the reasons is like they did.
Yeah.
And they don't want it. Like they don't want parts of it. So they are doing what you're doing. You just got to push through.
Yeah.
You just got to do the things and then you'll get practice at it. But for my Mother's Day gift, I was in LA and we were going to go to Palm Springs. So they surprised me and arranged for me to ride in the car with them.
Yes.
So Sasha drove, Malia was in the back.
And how did you feel about being a mom in the passenger seat?
It was good. I mean, Sasha was a good driver. I had never driven with her because we couldn't drive with them when we were I still can't. I mean, we are driven. We are secured in a motorcade, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't learn how to drive from me. They learned how to drive from their agents, right?
Yeah, okay. Yes.
So they were taught well.
Yeah.
But I'd never experienced that. So that like freedom. We drove from LA to Palm Springs. We went to In-N-Out Burger, the drive-thru.
Yeah. I bet the people in the drive-thru was like, girl,
they didn't know.
You wouldn't believe.
They didn't even know because it was like they weren't expecting it. I had on a hat. Sasha ordered. We went and got McDonald's French fries.
Yes.
We stopped.
Wait, you didn't have In-N-Out French fries?
No, because I hadn't had McDonald's French fries in a while. So they were like, well, let's go to...
First of all, you got to eat In-N-Out French fries out the fryer.
Right,
By the time you get in the car, it's the piece of paper. In-N-Out got to be eaten right then.
There you go. But that was like, I'm 62 years old. My kids are, yes, child.
Oh, come on.
But that's like starting to put some normal back into it. It's just like a simple car ride.
Yeah.
That's like joy. That's gratitude. That's happiness.
So tell us about Megan Act 3.
I'm still working on my title right now. It's a persona that I feel like everybody has been acting like, oh, I want Tina Snow back. We need Tina Snow. I don't think she ever just actually left. I don't think she was never just not there. But I think giving her a proper rollout, a proper title, a reintroduction to hotties that may not have been with me since 2017, 2018. I think that this is like going to be a new experience for them. I think I'm just reintroducing my alter ego, Tina Snow. Like Tina is grown now, babe. Like she has been through lots of life since y'all heard from her last. And I have so many collaborations that I feel like the hotties have been asking me for, like from niche collaborations, like just like personal interest amongst me and the hotties.
Yeah.
Collaborations that's overdue. Collaborations that have shocked the people, like really gagged alive.
Okay.
I feel like Act 3 is going to be one of my favorite projects I ever put out because I definitely took my time with this one. I feel like it was a portion of life where I was so super busy.
Yeah.
I still got to be Megan Thee Stallion, but I can't be Megan Thee Stallion without no music.
Yeah.
So I was in a rush to like do everything. I was like, dang, I got to hurry up and record these songs. And I'm trying to figure out parts of time where I can squeeze in recording. But for Act 3, I went home and I was like, nobody bother me. I got to finish my album. Y'all want good music? Y'all want me to push? I can't keep on going out here with no music, y'all.
Right.
And I was like, okay, you know what? Leave her alone. Let's not put anything on the schedule. So this has been like the most organized and the most calm I've been making music in a while.
But let me just say, you were on Broadway.
Yeah. I was definitely writing music during Broadway.
Say,
you know what? Yeah.
That's a little crazy. It's like they left me alone, but then I did live Broadway.
And then they left me alone again. Broadway was like so much fun. Like I am committing myself to at least going to 2 Broadway shows every year.
I do it at least once a quarter. I'm going to go. I went I missed you. And I would have, if I could have got myself together, I would have gone to see you specifically. But maybe
the Moulin Rouge was just such an amazing experience. Meeting all of those people, like I feel like I made so many really, really good friends. 2 shows.
That's
crazy.
A day,
2 times a week.
That's crazy.
And you get 1 day off, which is Monday.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all are superheroes. And I feel like I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to have this kind of work ethic. Like those people are up there busting their butt every day, every night,
twice a day. Real like, live talent.
We doing this for real?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be like, I'll see you in a few hours.
What was it like your opening night? I mean, was like, I always, like, I do a lot of stuff. I speak, all that, but I look at Barbara, I was like, how do you do it? What does that feel like?
I was very nervous because I can be Megan Thee Stallion. I could be Megan Pete all day long. I was neither one of those people. And I was like, who am I? What you want me to say?
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna do it. But I'm scared.
Yeah.
So my first night, I was just like, please just remember the lines. And if you mess up, just please keep talking to these people. Y'all pick me up, help me. If I say something wrong, you knew what I meant. But the show was smooth all the way through. I didn't mess up any of my lines. Thank God. The hotties would be in the crowd and they would be laughing at the most craziest times. And I'll be like, Satine is dying. Like, this is not funny. Satine has 30 minutes. And the hotties would be up there like really clowning. So I feel like they definitely made the experience like so much better because it felt like I was performing in front of a bunch of my friends every night. A bunch of my friends, my cousins, like, and a lot of people did come to see me. So like, I don't know, I felt comfortable immediately. And then like the people who were a part of production, I want to hire them to come over here
they just do
on my tour. I had never felt so carried through everything. Like running backstage before I had to run on stage. Sometimes I'd be like, okay, this is my line. Like me and the production man is back there running the lines before I got to go back on stage. And I'm like, how you know my lines? Like, shout out to Jason. Jason, I miss you.
Way to go, Jason.
But he will be in the back like, okay, girl, what you want to say? What should I say?
Right.
But like, and it'll be literally right before I have to go right back on stage. I don't know. Everybody there was just so nice and they definitely made me realize, okay, I need to step it up. Like,
would you do it again?
I would do it again.
Wow.
Because I want that Tony.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
That's on my list of things I need.
And that's what you were doing when you were taking it easy.
Yeah.
was my point.
Yeah. That was my taking it easy. But it was, I don't even know why I thought that was going to be easy.
Yeah.
I encourage everybody to go to New York or wherever your nearest theater is. And I don't care what it is. You need to go watch.
That's some real
whoever
talent.
is on that stage, because there's so many talented people.
And people we never heard of.
Yes, and they're working so hard.
And they're so good at what they do.
Yes, it's such an experience. Mm-hmm. So I highly encourage people to go support the theater.
Thank you for taking that risk.
Yes, I was so nervous. Yeah. I had never done anything like that before. But now I'm like, yeah, what else y'all want me to do?
That's what I was about to say. You put your cape on.
Yes, like, they had me up there singing. I said, oh my gosh, then they wanted me to sing Chandelier. I was looking at everybody like, who about to sing this? But y'all think I can sing? And it was like, you can sing. I was like, I can do a lot of things. If I put my mind to it, I can do it. But let's see how it sounds. And I was able to put my own spin on it. And I think it was very entertaining. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I thought about what my mom would say. She'd be like, you better get out there and get on that. You better get on that stage. Yes. And you
don't go out there.
Yeah, don't go out there and embarrass me. So I was thinking like, dang, how could I make this be Megan? Like, it's Ziegler, but how can I make it Megan? And I just had fun every night.
The Tony opening.
Yes.
The opening number. Oh, man.
So iconic. I was like, y'all got me up here with Pink.
It was a killer opening.
Yes.
And you held it down, girl.
Yeah, thank you.
You held it down. Is there another bucket list thing?
I'm really like wanting to take my artistry bigger. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't only want to do music. I do want to get into acting. That's just something I really want to pursue right now. Like, I'm trying to figure out what space do I fit in? What do I do next? Like, so, you know, Queen Latifah is my girl, and I'm definitely like a student of hers.
Yeah.
And luckily, I'm also a friend of hers now. And I always got to give her flowers because she is just so amazing. Inspirational. Yes. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, Queen Latifah, this is my route. This is who I'm modeling this after.
Well, you know, Megan, we try and offer some advice to our listeners.
Okay.
By letting our listeners ask a question.
Okay.
So we have a question for you.
For me?
Yes.
Okay.
From Gigi, who's in California.
Okay, Gigi.
Hi, Mrs. Obama and Craig.
All right, y'all. So did y'all want to listen to the rest of it, or do you want to just do some little commentary for what we heard just now and get up out of here? Because I don't like to hold y'all for too long. I like that y'all come and spend as much time with me as you do. Wow. Yeah, so Megan was on Broadway, y'all, and she talked about her experience being there, you know. And, you know, we was talking about alter egos and stuff as well, you know. Being multifaceted, right? I think that is an important thing for us to remember. Many of us are very multifaceted, and we have different sides of ourselves. And, you know, sometimes we get defined by just one. But as we can see, you know, celebrities, us, you know, regular everyday people, whatever, that's a thing. Like, you can have an alter ego. So I think that'll be fun. I'm going to create an alter ego for myself or whatnot. Maybe I'll create a superhero for myself. That's a whole nother conversation for a whole other day. If I was to see myself as a superhero, what would that superhero? That could be another fun conversation for another day. But yeah, you know, you're not just defined by one thing, one experience, you know, one situation, you know, that you've been in or that you've gone through, you know. As a whole, as a person, we go through a lot of different things, and, you know, we can show up in a lot of different ways when necessary. And, you know, I think we got to be a little bit more careful with, you know, really overly judging someone for one moment that they may be in. And, you know, maybe, I'm not going to say necessarily identity, but energy that they have to give at that time, right? That doesn't define them as a whole as far as who they are altogether. You know, in that moment, they're showing up that way or they're doing things that way. But overall, you got to get to know somebody fully. You know what I mean? Because a lot of us, we are very multifaceted. There's different, you know, sides of us that you'll see at different times depending on what's going on. And I think that's part of being human. And the responses to the things that we deal with in the world. and we have to, address, combat, face, whatever it is, navigate through. But I really love this conversation. I hope you guys did as well. And Megan, she's a hottie, bro, hot girl summer, all day long. But I do love to see the transition that she's on in her life. I seen, there was some things, we all have some things, but it doesn't define us as a person. We don't have to stop in there, right? We move forward. We make different choices, different decisions, and sometimes we can change and pivot and elevate or whatever it may be. And I think we have to give that grace to one another because it's always possible to be done if we set out to do it. That's one of the things that I think is most important to me. Oh, what's up, V-Love? How you doing, V-Love? I'm looking at the chat now. You scared me. You already got enough attitude. Golden in chat. Can y'all bear with me for just 1 second? Let me play a song for y'all real quick. My DoorDash is here. I need this food because I'm hungry. Hold on real quick. I'm going to play y'all a song. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Everybody got a version of me. But this is my truth. Got opinions, never ask me who I am. Read one page, close the book, now they think they understand. They call my kindness weakness, my forgiveness being blind. But I just refuse to let this cold world see my shine. I've been stabbed in the back, still I lead with love. Lost a lot of people, still I look above. Smile through the pressure, I survive the rain. Turn my tears into diamonds, turn my losses into gain. Don't mistake my silence for not seeing. I peep every vibe, every switch, every reason. When to leave without making a scene. I'm misunderstood, it's alright. God's still writing every line. I'm more than labels, more than pain, more than every rumor attached to my name. If you really wanna know me, walk beside me, not behind me, not around me. Yeah. Multifaceted, diamonds got more than one side. Some days I'm the storm, some days I'm the sunrise. I make my own choices, I stand on my own feet. Can't nobody live my purpose or rewrite my dreams. God gave me free will, I'm gonna use mine. If I stumble, I get up every single time. I answer to my conscience in heaven above. Not strangers who mistake my beat for giving up. I won't scream to fit your comfort, I won't dim. Defeat your ego with freedom looks different. Then let me be different. Still I'm standing, still believing, still becoming. Maybe if we listen before we judge, we discover we all carry invisible scars. So before you decide somebody is, learn what they survived. This song is for every soul who's ever felt misunderstood. Misunderstood.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with me with that little song break. Child, I'm greedy over here because I had ordered me something to eat. And so that was the DoorDash that was at the door, child. But what y'all want to do? Y'all let me know. This video don't got too much longer, honestly. It's about like another, let me see. Oh God, here are dogs. It's about like another 18 minutes. Y'all want to finish it off to the end? Because I don't know, like if 18 minutes warrants like a part two. But what I can do is, I can recommend y'all, if you haven't checked out Michelle Obama's YouTube channel and her podcast, if you do want to hear the end of the conversation with Megan Thee Stallion, y'all could hear it over on her channel. But did y'all want to listen to it here with me and we finish it out to the end? Because I bet Megan has some really great things that she going to say, like towards the end of the conversation. And I watched it, so I already know. But I just don't want to hold y'all up too longer. I really appreciate all the time that y'all take out of y'all day to come and spend here with me on the lives and whatnot. Because life be life and we be having stuff going on. So, the time that y'all give to me is very much appreciated. Y'all want to go ahead and wrap this up with a few more bops and stuff. And then it's Friday, child. I forgot to say that. It is Friday. Move out, child. Get out the way. Anyway, so yeah, the weekend is upon us, y'all. We'll find some more fun things to do for the weekend. Monday we'll probably be back with, some politics and history and stuff like that. But like I said, I am gonna incorporate more fun things back into the content so we can just kick it and chill, because we know that what we experience, right? So we know that we're going through the things that we report on when it comes to politics and stuff like that. We are sad and frustrated about the injustices that we see, and that comes with all people of the human race, not just what Black people are dealing with injustices, but injustices that are happening across the globe. And race is not a thing that has to do with it, just injustice, period. So all of that stuff, so if we're already living it and seeing it and dealing with it, I know sometimes it can be kind of like seem too much when we continuously talk about it. Sometimes people are looking for an escape and they're looking for like some happier vibes and times and stuff like that. To get away from that. Because a lot of people watch the news like I do, and they watch politics and they see what's going on and stuff on a regular basis. And we report on it so we can, make sure the awareness is brought, but also like talk with one another or whatnot and see like how is it affecting us, like, and what are our thoughts and feelings and opinions on it? Because I care about the people that come to spend time with me and talk with me and whatnot. I know that we all may not be from the same countries, and we all not be having the same experience, but we're going through something, and I care about that. And so that's why we try to do our global politics and stuff, and we do our history. I know Mom Star was here the other day, and I know she was saying something like, "What if you're not white or black?" And I was like, "Okay, I get it." Like, 'cause there's other things than being just white or black, and those are histories and things that we can learn about and report on and talk about here on this platform as well. And I'm more than open to do so. So I have to chop it up with her or whatnot and see what's going on where she's at, and her peoples and stuff like that, what they've been through and what they're going through, and we can speak on that. I have no problem doing it, and I think it's important for us to learn about one another, because I think the more that we learn about one another, the easier it is for us to really connect with one another, and have empathy for one another and understanding maybe for one another. When you kind of know what people have been through, what they're going through, their backstory and stuff like that. I feel like that makes it easier for you to connect and unify. And like I said, and I'm gonna say this right, y'all. I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up because we almost had 3 hours, and I think JJ about to cut up because he know that the food is here and I gave it to him, and he's gonna be getting all running around with the chicken nugget. So one of the final things that I wanted to say here before I get out of here today is that I want to make a few things very clear, right? like I said, I watch politics. I've always, you know, felt like it's something that was like didn't affect us when I was younger. But as I became more mature and I got older, I realized how heavy. Look, here he comes, child. Look for the chicken nugget. Here he comes. Here he comes. Number blocks. I thought he was looking for a chicken nugget. Blue Jello. All right, child. You need to eat your food first before you get a blue Jello. I ain't even going. I ain't even going to pretend that I don't be having a 3-year-old that's in my home that we care greatly for, and that sometimes child he'll run out here and be making noise in the background. Okay, and I don't judge anybody else for that. It's just if you're going to attack me about mine, and I'm gonna attack you about yours. Not about the children. I'm just saying, like, like, come on, don't talk about the fact that you can hear my son in the background. Of course, he's gonna be in the background. He's 3. He's gonna come out here looking for toys and he want a snack and all the things. But anyway, that's a whole another conversation for another day. Let's move past that. So, what I was saying is, it's just like some things to me that I feel like are simple are not simple to other people. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm not judging. Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe you're just not there right now. But if we're gonna know each other and get along better, I think like, yeah, it is important to know each other's histories. One of the things that I'm not liking that I'm seeing right now is that, it seemed to be a lot of racial wars that is going on. And we report on that, but I know a lot of y'all watch, politics and news yourself, and y'all have seen there's something weird that they're trying, to make an uptick in where it's coming to divide us when it comes to our race. And we was living very, very smoothly. I thought we was living very smoothly, like where we loving one another, we kicking it with one another, we chill with it. You know what I mean? And it seems like now they're trying to like reignite like this segregation and separation and these race wars. And I've just been paying attention to it, and I'm just like, no, we're not going to do that because we're not going back. We're not going back to that at all because when it comes to race, what race are we? We're the human race. It don't matter our skin tone. It don't matter our ethnicity. Our race is the human race. We all are human, and we all are out here dealing with something. We all are out here fighting through something, been through something, getting through something, all of that. And your race ain't got nothing to do with it all of the time. We do know that, historically and what we're seeing now, it seems to be coming up again. Yeah, like black and brown people, they don't get the best end of the stick. We never have. We know that historically our ancestors didn't, and we see like that's it. But you know, even while that is happening to us, and because I'm a black or a brown or whatever people would consider me person, I have to speak about that, and I give a fuck about it. Oh, excuse my language. I'm in the cuss. I care about it. Of course I do. How couldn't I? It's my experience in life since I've been a little girl, and it's things that I still go on to experience as a grown woman, and my mother has experienced, and she's lived more life than me, and that I'm fearful that my son will have to experience. So how could you possibly say I don't care about that? I do. But I also know that there are other races and groups of people that have their own struggles and experiences that they equally have gone through historically and maybe going through currently. And I do understand that we all don't hate each other. We don't. There's so many people out here that are not racist. They are not prejudiced. They don't hold hate in their heart like that. And they don't move and operate like that. And I'm just like, I feel like there is some type of weird energy that's coming back, stirring back up, that wants us to divide ourselves again. And for me, I have to speak on certain things. I have to check certain things. I have to fight against certain things, and I'll do that. I'll do that. It becomes very exhausting, but I'll do it. But I do know that at the core, a lot of this is manipulated. They're tricking us to believe these things to be like true and push us to operate this way. And I'm just trying to say we have to fight against it. Whatever it is that they putting out to trick us into to treating each other this way again and to operate in this way again, whatever it is that they're doing, to put us back in a place where our ancestors was at, where it's going to be or look like it's going to be bad. We know that we don't want to go back to that. And when I'm talking about ancestors, I'm talking about all races ancestors, because all of our ancestors have been through some type of trauma and experience, especially when it comes to race, because unfortunately that has been the main thing that they've been using to keep us separated. And what I'm saying is the fight, and what I care about is the unity of the people, because I believe that, and again, yes, it has a lot to do with my spiritual belief, but I believe that God put us on this earth not for us to be separated and segregated, but for us to be unified and stick together with one another. And that's what He desired to see for us. But we had people that were trying to orchestrate something different and put things in place to change that in the trajectory of that. And we have to see it. We have to see what they're doing to make that possible, and how we fall into it. We play a hand into it. We get tricked into it. That's not going to work. That's not the way that it's supposed to be. And some people may disagree with me, and that's okay. But I'm passionate. I'm passionate about this because this is what I truly believe deep down in my soul and my heart. And it's what I'm trying to fight for every single day. And it's not easy because I got one side that's calling me one thing. Then I got the other side that's calling me something else. And all I'm trying to do is bring unity to the people, because I believe that's what God wants for us, and not get attacked for it. And it hurts my heart because I see what separation and segregation does to us as a people. And I see how beautiful and better life can be if we're unified. And I just don't understand why people don't want the unity. Why you want the separation and you don't want the unity? I can't get it. I can't. It's not downloading for me in my mind. And my choices and my actions pissing somebody off. Everybody, whatever side, is going to be pissed off no matter what I choose to do. Maybe they're not understanding what I'm trying to say, or what I'm trying to bring forth here or see for our people, so we could. And when I say our people, I know a lot of times a lot of people think you're just talking about one race. I'm saying human race. Us as human beings, as a people. We all are a people. That's what we're called. We're people. I pay attention to what it's turning to be now again. And our ancestors been through it already. And they fought and they gave up their lives. So we wouldn't have to be in this predicament, in this situation no more. And we're just laying down and ignoring that they're trying to reignite that. And I'm just like, if we don't want that, don't we gotta fight against it? And sometimes that's not easy, because you have to call out the problems, the things that are keeping it this way, or want to make it easier for it to go back to that way. How we think, how we treat each other, how we speak to one, all of this. And yes, I know y'all can have a little nasty tongue. I know it. And a lot of times I'll do that because it's something so passionate that I'm fighting for, or I'm speaking about. But I never wish anybody any harm. I never want to see harm come to it. I don't hate anybody. I really don't. Even people who I feel as though don't mean me any well, I still don't even hate those people. But you see how the game goes? If somebody hate you, you hate them back. Now, what do we get out of that? If hate going both ways, where's the love? Somebody gotta love somebody for it to not, you know what I'm saying? Like there has to be a balance between the two. So even when I know somebody hates me, I may not hate them back because we'll stay on the hamster wheel. Hate begots hate. And this could be possibly due to my spiritual belief and what I choose in my heart and how I choose to try and move and operate in my life. I just feel like hate is only going to bring on more hate. If you respond to hate with hate, then what do you get out of that? Hate plus hate equals hate. There's no different. You gotta insert the love, the forgiveness, and things like that, because how will we get anywhere if this person hates me and I'm like, okay, you hate me, I hate you too, and where are we where's the positivity going to come from? Where's the change and the healing going to come from? Where's the better days and the brighter days going to come from if both people are on the hating side of the scale? It doesn't work like that. It just it enters in more hate, and we'll never get away from hate. And that's just something that I had okay, oh, I'm looking at your comments now. That's just something that I have been paying attention to, and it's just like, and I've actually tested out the theory. I've tested out this theory. If someone is hating you or being terrible towards you, and then you go back to hate them and be terrible towards them, guess what you have? Oh, child, get these number blocks. Number blocks, number blocks. Get the number blocks. All right, child, he run out here. We about to end it up real soon. But you know what I'm saying? Like uh I don't see it that way like other people see it. And it's like I try to hear people out. I try to hear it from their side. I try to hear from their, perspective of it all. And I don't judge that people have other ways that they see it and they view it. This is just my way. And then I get attacked for my way. And then I'm be called certain labels and titles for my way. And we're not thinking about the grandest scheme of things here in the world. Like there's serious things that are happening in the world. People are speaking on things and they having, their ideas and thoughts and opinions about you and what you do, not based off of what we're thinking about on the grand scheme of things, based off of what we're thinking about because of our personal issues that we have with people. We have personal issues with people, and now all of a sudden like that's supposed to tie into and pour into the overall actual issues that we're having when it comes to prejudice and racism and colorism and coonery. Okay, I'm not scared to say it and call it out, because the only way you fix something is when you expose it. You keep on hiding an infectious wound, guess what that wound is going to do? Get bigger, get worse, could take you up out of here infected. No, I'm not bandaging wounds anymore, because that's not how we're going to fix this problem that we're dealing with. And I know it's a lot of people, they're busy, they're working, they got kids, they got careers, they want fame or whatever it is that they're doing. But the severity of what we need to pay attention to is what is actually happening in this world, and it's happening globally. And it's a people thing, not a race thing. It's a people thing, a human thing. We are going through a terrible situation right now. A terrible situation. We got families out here who can't afford to feed their children and their household. We got families out here that are digging their newborn babies out of the rubble because they've been bombed. Their countries is being bombed. This stuff is serious. And I know I was just supposed to be like, yeah, I told you I suppose I'm done, because I'll go on a tangent. Y'all know I'll go on a tangent. But as of late, it's like we got people that scared. They don't want to come into the chat. They don't want to join the live and talk. And I'm not saying it's like, no, they're not coming to listen to me. No, it may not be their cup of tea. What I'm saying is there's things that are happening to where like people are even scared to show up to support people because of what that perception may look like and people may speak on. Oh, you're sitting over there with that person. Oh, now you're this, now you're that. Oh, you're sitting over there with that person. Oh, now you're this, now you're that. These are what the people and individuals are saying. And I like to ask questions, and y'all hear me. I want to know, with people who want to throw titles around, with people who want to hold hate in their heart for someone. And I don't get me wrong, I understand fallouts and I understand people have been very nasty work towards one another and they hurt and they traumatized. I get that. But I'm saying you want to throw titles and stuff around. What is the definition of that? Do you understand exactly what that looks like and how that plays out? Are you paying attention to what that really looks like and how that's playing out? Pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to the fact that because you have a individual disdain or a hate for a person, now you're putting titles and labels on them that they don't deserve because you didn't even take the time enough to get to know them. All you ever did was fight with them when you first got into the ring with them. You never kicked it with them. You never talked to them or tried to get to know them. And when people get into fights, everybody becomes nasty work. I've become nasty work when I've had to fight for my life and scrap on this platform. I did. I found myself becoming nasty work. Now, to a certain extent, there's certain things I won't say. There's certain things I won't do. But y'all, my mouth can be a little bit lethal and nasty in a certain level. It don't go, too below the belt. Now, some people go harder. But does that warrant you a title of your character, your entire character? And are we truly sitting up here understanding that, like, we can be hypocrites sometimes? They call me a hypocrite. Why am I a hypocrite? Maybe I could be at times a hypocrite, right? But do you sit down with that and think through that and comb through that and come to the understanding like, oh, okay, well, I did say that. And then I turned around and did that. So, yeah, I guess that is coming off a little bit, hypocritical. Can you say that to yourself when you look in the mirror? Can you sit down and have a conversation like that about your actions and your behaviors? And the thing is, when it comes to me, I can do it. I will do it. It's a lot of people that's not able to do that. They're not able to sit down and say, yo, I did and I said this and such and all of these things to this person. So, okay, all right, yeah, all right. And then this person said this, that, and the third back to me. Child, you might have got aired out when they did what they did to you. Because you hit them and they hit you back with the sucker punch. And you couldn't handle the sucker punch. But did you equally do something as well? Number blocks, number blocks, number blocks. Hold on, y'all, one sec. All right, y'all, I had to give him his number blocks because I have to put them up high and he couldn't reach them. He up there, number blocks, number blocks. So I got him his number blocks. But anyway, so back to what I was saying real quick. And I promise I'm gonna let y'all go. I know y'all need to go. It's Friday, y'all. Y'all probably got plans going out and all of the things. But thank you for spending time here with me. And I hope that you could just hear what I'm saying because I'm telling you, like, for real, and I keep it for real. I'm getting very frustrated. I'm very frustrated because I feel like I'm a rag doll and I feel like I'm being torn and pulled from one direction to the other direction by different sides of individuals, right? I feel like I'm being, misjudged, prejudged, all of the things, and not given, understanding. And just like you said, Daisy, narcissists can't see it. Let me tell you, on my other channel, I did a lot of content over there where, and it wasn't me speaking, it was a professional, a psychiatrist, a psychologist that was speaking about these different type of personality traits, narcissism, sociopath, all of the things. A lot of people is not realizing that you may be one of these. I know because I've gone and got my evaluations. I know the things that I struggle with and that I deal with that I have to make sure I'm taking the proper care of so I can be a better version of myself. I'm getting the help. A lot of people, and it's not for me to say, it's up to God and it's up to the professionals. But what happens is if you witnessed it, you dealt with it, or you deal with it in your own life, you know it when you see it. These people are having some issues and some problems that they're not dealing with properly. And it's clogging their judgment. And the judgment is a big thing as well, because honestly, as human beings, we're not supposed to be judging one another. But again, that ties into your spiritual beliefs and things like that. And I know everybody's is different. But one of mine is we're not in the place to judge. The creator judges. We can judge when it comes to, like how we engage with that person or certain boundaries and stuff that maybe we want to set. But as far as overall how somebody is living their life and who they are as a person, and they overall where they supposed to go or where they need to go and end up, or you know what I'm saying, what's supposed to come to them, we're not supposed to judge that for one another. And I think it's actually like we need more empathy and less judgment, because I think the judgment comes from the fact that we don't have enough empathy and we don't think about what somebody else has experienced or went through, going through, deals with every day, been through, family been through, ancestors been through. We don't care enough about one another. That's the problem. Nobody seems to care enough about the other person. And they want to be in their proximity. We want to spend time with the people. They're supposed to be we kicking it, we chilling. These are our homies, our friends, online friends, whatever it is you want to call it, our peoples. But you don't care about her. You don't care about him. You don't care how a situation that this person may be in may lead them to be in an even worse situation. You don't care about that when this person gets off of this platform, they may not know where they're going to find their next meal. Nobody cares about that. We're not caring enough. And I hear people that tell these things to me every day. And it shakes my bones up. It really does. Because I just, it's difficult for me. I'm like, I don't understand how people can walk around on this earth and not care. I didn't know that was so easy. It's never been a thing like that for me, but I can't judge because I can't. I mean, I don't know how you got to that conclusion, that you just started to decide that when you walk through life and you see someone else, whatever it is they got going on, even if like it's a terrible situation that they're in, that you can look at that person and just say, well, oh well, that's not happening to me, so I don't care. You don't care. You don't care that somebody is laying on the street with nothing to eat, no warmth when it's cold, no coolness when it's hot, no food, no clothes, like no shelter, no roof over their head. You don't care. And I'm not saying that you got to be a superhero and change it all for everybody that's in that predicament and fix it for them. But the fact that you don't care, that's weird for me. That's weird to me, that we just don't care about one another. We spending time with people on these virtual platforms. It's a social media space, meaning that we're being sociable. We're coming here to socialize. And you're socializing with someone, and you can clearly see that person is now suffering because they lost their mother, they lost their father, they lost their child, and they're broken and they're torn apart about it. You can socialize with that person, but you don't care about that experience and how that experience is making that person feel. You don't care at all. Like that is what's weird to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I know a lot of people, this is why I said, like, we do the global history and stuff like that and the global politics. Because I know a lot of people, maybe if they knew what other people was going through, they may care. right? So I try to put that out there because I'm like, okay, well, I understood, even in my life, like I'm not sure what is happening and what other people are going through. Until I start getting into politics and stuff like that, because it gives us a little piece. Every now and then on certain platforms, specifically if you watch, it will give you a little piece of what is happening globally, right? And now because of this terrible situation that the United States is in, it does connect and has a lot of effect on our connection with other countries. And so that brought it more so to the forefront as well. But then even prior to that, I was just like, I'm on this platform and I'm seeing like, yo, it's so many of us here that meet in these social spaces that are from different countries and parts of the world. And it's like, they tell me things and we talk, y'all. And I'm like, yo, that's dope. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like the happiness and the 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 light things and the bright things, the good things. I love that. You know what I mean? And I'm learning something by talking and communicating and connecting with other people. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know, that's what y'all eat here. Or, oh, I didn't know that was a holiday there. Or, oh, I didn't know, and I'm learning time zones. And, we should have been known time zones. I think one that they teach you that in school. I don't know. I think you know your time zone, like where you live at. But now I'm learning all different time zones, and I think that's is that for me that brings joy to me to learn, you know, about other things and other people that I don't know, because especially if I want to socialize with them, I start caring about them and spending time with them. I want to know more about you. Like, what's going on where you at? What's the tea? Like, what y'all got going on? How's the weather there? That's important to me. And as a human, period, despite where you're from, if you telling me that you are going through a trauma or a tragedy, I care. I care. And I'm now I'm being attacked for caring. I didn't know that you get attacked for caring about people. I didn't know that that was a bad thing to do, to care. And it can be heavy. I mean, it can put a lot of weight on you, you know, because there's so many great people that you're meeting, and everybody has a story. Everybody has a story. Everybody's going through something, and the more that you care about, the more of what they're going through you care about. And for me, I've always kind of been a person, and I ain't saying I'm trying to be no superhero because I'm not, but I do like superhero movies and stuff like that. But I worked in like the medical field because I was like, this is a field where you can be present and what you're doing is helping people. You're helping people. You're trying to make somebody's predicament or situation in their life better. You're trying to make them more comfortable. You're trying to help them, aid them, assist them, and maybe save their life. Like, I like to help people. I like to love people. And that's why I've always had, like jobs and stuff in that field, helping a disabled person, an elderly person. They can't do it for themselves. I don't mind helping them. I want to help you because I don't want to see nobody struggling. I don't. And then when it comes to like certain things that's like above my, level of what I can do, I can't maybe change it. I can't stop it. But if you tell me about it, I can damn sure care about it and give at least a word of encouragement or uplifting or understanding. Because I know it's like when I was going through things, down, down, down on the ground, praying and crying because I'm in a situation. I'm like, God, help me get through this. I don't really know what to do. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to come out on the other side of this. Lord, help me, please. And he did. He did. And a lot of the times it came out on the other side and everything was okay. Some of the times you had to make peace with what is really happening, and that's as far as just talking about losses and stuff like that. illness and sickness, things we can't fix or control. We can't fix and control everything, but at the core, we can at least care. We can pray. We can leave a kind word, give a helping hand, you know, something that can help, just make it a little bit better for that person and what they have going on at that time. Make it a little bit better, just maybe a pinch, whatever it is that we can do. That's me. That's how I am. And then I know there's others that's like that as well. But when I do it and I'm like that, and I make certain choices and decisions because I'm like that, now I'm attacked. You get attacked for being too thoughtful. You get attacked for being too kind. You get attacked for being too nice and too loving and too trusting and too forgiving. These are all the things that, for me, that I grow up being taught. And for me, what I feel God wants us to operate like. Respectfully, that's my personal spiritual belief, right? And I have to keep saying it. I know we all don't have the same. And so that's not me shying anyone away from what I'm talking about or judging that maybe they don't feel the same or they feel different. Because I understand we have different belief and feeling and thought. I'm not judging anybody for that. But to be attacked because of how you feel and how you choose to move and operate and treat people, because that's what's in your heart. That's your spiritual belief. That's what makes you feel good to live and move and operate that way and engage with others that way. That's something I'm trying to wrap my head around. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. And it's sad to watch us all be on this platform and connect with one another, kick it and chill with one another, and see so much fights and division and lack of care and empathy and understanding and love. And I know when fighting, things get nasty. It can get raw and nasty and vicious. I know that. I know that's how fights go. Some of the levels of, viciousness that we can go to, like I said, it's not my level. I can't go down to a certain level of viciousness. Some people when fighting go to very low levels of viciousness when fighting. Now, does that define who you are as an entire person based off of how you show up to a fight and how, vicious you get with the fight, how aggressive you get with the fight? Because if that's the case, then we need to judge each other. Well, not judge, but we need to keep that same energy when it comes to anybody and everybody who has ever gotten to a fight and pay attention to their fighting style. If they equally get as vicious, then why should one person be held accountable for being vicious in a fight and the other one not? Now, if you're going out of your way to provoke and hurt and harm people off rip, that person didn't do nothing to you, but you're going out of your way to attack that person off rip. That's a difference, I think, for me and my standards. If you're protecting yourself and you're in a fight and you're fighting back, that's a difference to me. That's my personal opinion. I think a lot of times things get misunderstood. There's perceptions of people and their character that get misunderstood. I think there is some weird ass shit, excuse my language, that is going down on this YouTube and is putting everybody in a level of paranoia, is giving people PTSD because they've been through things before. And we're walking around with that kind of energy, on edge all the time. Never know who you can trust. Is this person real? Is this person not real? Does this person mean well for me? Does this person not mean well for me? Is this person trying to set me up? Is this person not trying to... Think about your mind always twisting, and thinking about that all the time. That's called PTSD. You're traumatized. You're traumatized. And the trauma is coming from because a lot of this has been happening for too daggone long on this platform amongst each other in the social media space. And so things that we have been through before, actions and stuff that people have given towards us before, we're walking around and we're still hurt, traumatized from that. And then when we meet somebody new, we're thinking and questioning, well, is this person trustworthy? And then soon as one small thing that's similar to something else that you've been through that deeply traumatized and hurt you pops up again, now all of a sudden, yep, you done made your mind up. They doing the same thing this person doing. Oh, gotta get rid of them, gotta attack them, gotta judge them, gotta fight them. And then what is this with this tearing people down? This crabs in the bucket, mindset that we having. And I know a lot of, historically they attest that to, I know I used to hear it within my, family, neighborhood and stuff like that. And, with black people. Okay. But it's not just a black people thing. It's a human thing. And then a crab is not even human. So let's just talk about that. But the crab in the barrel mentality, and I'll tell you, I said this on one live before, but majority, if you're looking at it in a negative way, it's we're pulling each other down because we don't want to see the other one get up higher or get out. Now, I heard somebody say, child, that a crab be pulling other crabs down because they know that once they go up, there's danger waiting for them and they're trying to protect them. Because typically when a crab is getting pulled up out the water, they're going to be steamed up, cooked up, and we're going to eat them up. But the crab, could be trying to save you because they know that's what is going to happen when you go up. You'll never come back again. You're going to be eaten somewhere. I heard somebody say that, whatever. I thought that was a pretty interesting perspective to have on it, right? Because it's more of a positive one. It's not negative. But for what we heard majorly when it comes to the crab in the barrel, mentality, is like the crabs are pulling other crabs down because they don't want them to get up and get out, But that's maybe looking at it negatively. So, that phrase there, ever since I heard the other perspective of it, it kind of is like, maybe I need to find somewhere else to, make a point about this. But there is something about where a lot of people, and I don't know why, like, they don't like to see somebody else doing good. They get jealous, they get envious, and then they're going out of their way or whatnot to, stop that. They don't want to see that for you. They don't want to see that for you. They don't want you to surpass them. They don't want you to do no better than them. They don't want people to like you better than they like you. They like others better than they like them. There's a lot of narcissism. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of competitiveness, and I just feel like, it's getting very tiresome because a lot of people, like I said, oh, damn, I'm so behind in the comments. All right, I'm catching up real quick and then I'm going to let y'all go, I promise. I wanted to get this off my chest today, y'all, because I've been holding so many things on my chest and so many things on my mind. And it's hard. It's very hard because I know what I'm trying to do. I know what my intentions are. And I know what type of person that I am. And because someone else just don't want to see it that way or see those type of things happen, then now you get judged for what it is that you're doing, and how you're operating. I have people that I heard to say, that I've been in war with, that, I'm not forgiving everybody. I'm not giving everybody a chance. I only give some people forgiveness and I only give some people chances and stuff like that. Another chance and another chance. And they say the chances that I give is stupid. And the people that I give them to, is a waste of my time. And then the ones, like they'll say everything. But that's why I played this interview today with Megan. And I think maybe, I don't know. Hold on, let me see. How much is left of this? At the end, they really did say something very powerful and good, but I didn't already kept y'all so long because I didn't went on a monologue. But you can't win for losing. You really just can't win for losing. And then I'm going around to other people's channels And you know me, I'm a sociable person. So I'll pop in the chat. I'm saying hi. Whatever the conversation is, I'll tap into the conversation. I'm hitting the like button. I'm doing all of those things. That's supposed to be suspicious. Because these people, like some of the people don't get along with these people, and this one don't get along with this one, and this. And then if I just want to be a neutral one, that's just going around and showing love and support to everybody, and want to kick it and chill based off of what content they got going on, what topic they talking about, what the vibes is, if it's a fun environment or a nice vibe or whatnot, or definitely a great conversation, I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool. I can chit chat about this a little bit. Oh, I'll join in on the game a little bit. I'll rock out to the music a little bit. I'll talk to the people a little bit. I get attacked and weaponized for that. I can't go nowhere. I can't support nobody. People make me feel that way. And it's just like, it make me want to stay away from supporting people, because it's like, if I support this one, and now this person in their camp is attacking me or feeling some type of way about me because I'm over here with this person. They're saying I'm a certain type of way because I'm similar to that person, because those two people got into a fight before. How I'm supposed to know y'all got into a fight? And how deep do the fight go? Like, I don't know all of the things that was said and was done. And then, okay, y'all got into a fight. Is it up and it's stuck forever? Or is it just like, yo, we just don't rock with each other? But if y'all don't rock with each other, why do other individuals got to pick a side? Because the fight wasn't with everybody else and you and that person. The fight was between y'all. We got to grow up here. We got to be adults, because this stuff is getting really childlike. It's getting very elementary. Cults, whatever it is you want to call it. And then you're putting that weight on people that don't even know the history. And then now they're looked to be a certain type of person because they're over there. I didn't know that y'all had some stuff. I didn't know that person said that about you, about this. When I find it out, then it's just like, I'm like, oh, dang. Yeah. Sheesh. That's nasty that they said that. And then a lot of time it's one-sided. So one person is going to say what the other person said and did to them, but they're not going to say what they said and did to the other person. And who started it? Nobody wants to be honest about that. Who started it? You start a fight with someone, then I don't know. For me, and where I'm from, it's like, you the culprit. You started the fight. And if somebody defend themselves and fight back, then that's just how fights go. Come on. Like, we don't know about this. This is like grade school stuff. It's getting too stressful and too hectic on this YouTube. People are out here, they're not feeling well because of this stress. They don't want to even be here no more. I know a lot of times I'm like, yo, I really be sitting here in my mind most days, and I'll be just, anticipating. Am I going to keep doing this mess, or I'm going to quit? I'll be like, yo, I want to quit. Because this is ridiculous to me. But I don't quit because I see the people that show up. I see the people who enjoy, what it is we're talking about, talking to me. We're talking to each other. We're showing love and care and empathy for one another. The good vibes and energy that we can have amongst each other. And so I see that, and I'm just like, and I enjoy doing I enjoy doing the artwork. I enjoy making songs. I enjoy coming here and talking and kicking it with you all. I enjoy that. I don't enjoy fighting, but I enjoy kicking it with the people. The people, all races of people, all backgrounds, and none of that makes no difference to me. I'll kick it and chill with anybody and everybody. It's how I am. But all of this weird, like division and fighting, and we hate this is getting out of hand. And then because I told y'all, and y'all know and y'all see when I do my content, this is weird. This seems like it's something that's orchestrated from the very, very top, and it's trickling down. Because every time I report on like politics and these injustices and this government stuff that's going on, it's the same thing. They're orchestrating this stuff. This is calculated. It's being done on purpose. And we, as the people, we have to stand against it. We have to fight against it. We can't let this be how they are pushing and trying to trick us into treating one another and engaging with one another, unless you actually really like it. And so if you do really like this stuff, then I think that just speaks volumes on your character and what you want to see for the people, what you want to see for the future generation. That speaks about your character. But I don't think it's fair to fight people who are just trying to see it in a more positive way and do whatever it is the best that they can to bring some type of connectivity and unity and happiness and good vibes and understanding, and fight against that energy. But then there's ego. Then there's money, getting monetized, likes, clicks, views. This person is getting more views than me. Now I don't like them. This person's channel done been monetized and mine ain't. Now I don't like them. You know how many channels I had to go through? I am still not monetized. You don't think I sit here every day and be frustrated like I'm like putting in all this work and not getting nothing out from doing it, but I'm still doing it because it's a passion in my heart and it's not about the cash for me? I see people being monetized all the time. I celebrate with them when they get monetized. If they get a plaque because they reached a certain amount of subscribers and they doing their anniversary, I celebrate with them. I don't hate people's accomplishments. I'm happy for you. Let's turn it up. Let's do it. Let's have fun. Let's party. I'm happy for you. I want to see that. I want to see people win. A lot of people don't want to see that for me. And even though I know that they don't, I still don't hate them. Because I can't bring my heart to hate people. It's just not how I am. And maybe that's weird to some people. Maybe I'm an oddball out. But I'll be the oddball out. Because in my heart, I feel like that's what's right. Hate somebody for what? If they're getting something, maybe you ain't get it yet. Your time will come. What God has for you, has for you. It will come to you. It's a shame these people try to interrupt that and snatch it from you. That makes me mad. But even though it makes me mad, I still don't hate people. I don't want to see wrong happen to them. I don't want to see no devastations come to their life. Even though, child, I don't know. They might want to see that for me. I don't see it back. Because if we keep, like I said, we're going to be on the hamster wheel. Hate begots hate. Love begots love. And some that get it, and they're also equally operate that way, those are the people that will come around me. Those are the people that will understand me and want to spend time with me. And that's why I'm so appreciative, because I think that they get it. They get me. And there's some people that may not. And they'll try to spin a narrative that is something else. Go out of their way to talk about your life. Deep things in your life, too. Ain't never met you not one day. But talking about deep things in your life and saying things that are not true about you. Just to make you look bad. Just to hurt you and frustrate you and make you angry and make you crash out. Purposely doing these things. That is what I pay attention to when it comes to people's character. People that do that type of stuff on purpose. On purpose. That's what I judge. And not judging as an overall, I say where you go, where you don't go, what you should have, what you shouldn't have. Just when it comes to our connection and our engagement, and whether you somebody I really want to be around or you somebody I don't want to be around, that's what I'm saying when I'm talking about when I'm judging that situation like that. When I'm peeping that people are doing things like that, that's weird. And if there's things that's happening that I don't know about because people are being sneaky, well, everything that's done in the dark will come to the light. I know that to be true. And I know that karma is a real thing. So I can step myself up out of the way on certain situations because, like, when it comes to that, the pendulum swinging the other way, when it comes to karma overall for our actions, the universe gonna send it to us based off of what we do and how we treat people and move and navigate on this earth. The universe is going to do that. I don't have to go out of my way to do these deep things like that. Now, an instant karma that you may get from me is a quick little cuss out. That's it. I will cuss you out. And if you lie, don't lie. That's it. And then I'll just tell you, I don't want to be around you. Respectfully, I decline. Have a good life. Wish you the best and keep it pushing. And there's certain people I do that with, and there's certain people don't understand. Like, why did this person get a chance? Why did this person get a chance? That's my business for reasons that I see. So, y'all, this is getting out of hand here. People are feeling so uncomfortable. They don't even want, they don't feel like they can even support the people or kick it or rock with the people that they want to because they're going to be shunned if they get seen there. They're going to be dragged or suspected to be a op or an enemy because they kicking it or just want to be cool with everybody and don't want no issues and no smoke. But somebody see you somewhere, they judging you about it. Oh, you over at that channel? Oh, you must be this type of way. Oh, you over at this person channel? You must be that type of way. Even the people that I say no thanks to, if I see certain people over at their channel, I don't judge them as long as they're not doing the same things that person is doing, egging in on it, joining in on it, and also equally saying and doing things. Now you're in the same category for me as that person. But it's not everybody, it's just the individuals. So if I catch or I see you doing that same type of stuff, especially when it comes to me and how you're talking and speaking about me, then now, yeah, why would I want to sit back with you again? I don't want to. Like I said, things done behind the scenes and done sneakily, that's all going to come to the light. It is. Everything is getting exposed this year. Cat Williams told us at the top of the year, everything will be exposed this year. What's done in the dark is going to come to the light this year. And it is. And I'm watching it happen little by little. Carlos, hey babe. He said, this is too shit, not real beef. Shaking my head. No, babe, it's not a real beef. It's not. We know what a real beef is. But I'm just saying, like, the uncomfortability that has now started to enter into the platform, right? Especially in this sector specifically. It's like, kick it out, clean it up, and change it and turn around. Because no, people was having fun. People was connected. They do a little hee hee ha ha, little roast and stuff like that. But the harm that it has come to, that people are experiencing from this stuff now, it has gotten way out of hand. And for the likes of me, I don't know why. I don't get it. It's weird. And people are uncomfortable. So where they're like, yo, forget it. I'm out. I'm chucking up the deuces. I don't trust this person. I don't trust that person. I think this person is doing this. I think this person is doing that. This person is up. This person has set me up. This person is. And then the reasons as to why we think that is happening has a lot to do with, number one, PTSD. Number two, a lot of people are planting seeds in your mind and stirring the pot to make you think that somebody's bad when they're not, just because they don't like that person. And I don't like that type of stuff. That's like going to somebody like, yo, you shouldn't be friends with her because, she like this. Boo, 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 boo. That's messy. Let somebody get to know somebody for themselves and let them decide. Don't come running over telling somebody who they should like and who they should not like, who they should trust and who they should not trust. Because at the end of the day, this is the thing about it. You're telling these people that, what is your reason for doing so? Saying you want to protect them. Well, what are you protecting them against? Because if you know what you're protecting that person against, tell the person what they're being protected against. You'll never get that from these people. They won't tell you why. They'll just tell you who. That's weird to me. That's like me having a friend, and I'm like, hey, you might want to be careful, if you get in the car with so and so, because he been drinking all day, and I don't think he's sober, and there's a possibility you could get into a car accident. That's not really destroying nobody's character or tearing them down. You're just telling somebody for their safety what they should not do. You're telling them who the person they need to be careful about and the exact reason why. And it should usually make sense. Oh, yeah, okay, well, if he's drunk the heck out and getting behind the wheel, that's not only unsafe for him, that's unsafe for anybody who gets in the car. So if you're giving a warning like that to keep everybody safe, and then what I would think that person will also do is tell Johnny, yo, you didn't have too many drinks, bro. You don't need to be driving right now. Like, I don't think, it could be a possibility that something could be bad when it comes to that. And I know you can't force people because some people they're going to do it anyway. But if you really care about the things all the way around, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. You telling Johnny, you don't need to get behind that wheel. Then you tell Vanessa, you don't need to get in the car with him. I'm telling you, you already had too much to drink. Something like that we understand it is to care about both of the people's well-being. But a lot of this stuff is like, no, people are telling you stuff because they want you to hate the person. They want you to dislike that person equally because they dislike them. But my thing is, what's the reason? Tell me what the reason is, the specific reason as to why I need to look out for this person. I need to know. What is it about this person I need to look out for? What is the danger lie? Tell me where the danger lie. Getting in a car with somebody who's had too much to drink, danger lies there. Tell me, where do the danger lie with a lot of stuff y'all go around running and whispering into people's ear about other people? What makes them dangerous? What are they doing that's making them dangerous? Tell me. Carlos, you said that's a friend you talking about. There's no real friends on YouTube. Well, I don't know. Maybe I feel as though I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, okay, so if there's no real friends on YouTube, right? YouTube is a social media platform. You can't make a genuine connection with someone, right? That's never going to be real. It's never going to be no friendship or caring for one another there. Then I need people to explain to me how we have online dating. And that's even worse. That ups the ante. People are dating online and trying to match or meet with a partner and be in a relationship and find love. So if that's possible to find, and I'm saying a lot of those encounters do crash and burn as well because there's a lot of weird stuff that happens there as well. But a lot of people find their soulmate dating online. So if you can date online and find love and find a soulmate, why can't you make friendships online? That's just how my mind works and how I see it. I think you can find a genuine friendship with somebody online. And then down the line, You might possibly, meet up with that person and see who they really are in real life or whatnot. Just like we do online dating. People online dating, they falling in love online, then they meet each other and maybe they hit it off when they, face to face, or maybe they don't. Maybe they, never mind. I ain't gonna say that because that's triggering. Maybe it doesn't end well. But it's a chance that people take. If you could take a chance to find love online, why you can't take a chance to befriend people online? I think it's the same thing. It's a little bit lower tier because you're not looking for that much more from that person. I'm not looking to be in a relationship with you, but to be a friend, kick it, chill, talk, hang out from time to time, whether it's virtually or when you meet the person, or if you meet the person physically, you didn't found a friendship, but it was orchestrated from online. If relationships and love can be orchestrated from online, why can't a friendship, platonic friendship? I see it as the same way. But again, it all boils down to like, who is the person that you're meeting? What are they about? How do they move? How do they operate? Can it be something that's real or trustworthy? You don't know that when you're online dating for love, and you don't know that when you're just socializing with people online and maybe looking to maybe make a friend, acquaintance, or whatever. It's the same thing for me. So it's just like, it don't have to be like this. All of this, it's too much negativity. It's too much negativity. And there are weird things happening. There's dangerous things happening, criminal things happening. All of that is happening. That happens when people are online dating and catfishing and doing all of that. So, we know it's a thing, but this vitriol that people got, and the thing is, it's like usually when those type of situations happen, say you get in an online dating situation and then you meet the person, you find out it's crazy or whatnot like that. And then now you're gonna have to make a decision. Call the police, run away, or yeah, we hit it off and now let's move further. So if the person is really that dangerous and they're really doing all of these terrible things, then why is we going back around? Why are people still around these people that are so terrible and horrible? If it is to that level of horror and danger, why are people still rocking with people that are dangerous? Especially if they know that they're dangerous or, whatever, untrustworthy or something's really off and odd about this person. But that people will still go back. That's like you see somebody, you meet somebody or whatever, you see this person got, let's say they got people in their basement. You see that and you get away. Are you going to go back so you can be the next one that ends up in the basement? That's serious. And I think people are making small things on YouTube serious, like a situation like that. And then there are serious things that is happening on YouTube and social media platforms. But because the serious things happen, it doesn't mean that everything that's happening is equally that serious. And I guess whatever is serious to someone else may not be serious to the next person. But some of these things that I see is very small, is very elementary, like arguments. What are you really mad at that person about? What did that person really do to you? How bad was it? What they do? That only that person can be able to explain that for themselves. But some of the stuff we know, if we want to be honest, y'all, we know a lot of stuff is really small and minuscule. And then we see a lot of it is also very serious as well. And it will get handled accordingly. But the little small stuff, people don't even they're treating the small stuff as if it's just as bad as the big stuff. For everybody across the board. You can walk, like I said, a small thing. I'm at this person's channel. I'm at this person's channel. Those two people got into an argument. Now because, they're a little bit angry with each other. Nothing serious happened. They didn't do nothing serious towards each other, but they're a little bit angry with each other. So now the person that goes back to support both the people still simultaneously. Now you're getting labeled, you're getting listed, you're being looked at as like you're a op or you're questionable. And it's a small fallout. But even the people, like, depending on what side they choose to continue to be on, whether it's both or one or the other, now you equally get the smoke. That's weird. Unless those people are over there doing the same thing to you or worse, why do they have to be an enemy just because of where they choose to go and where they choose to sit? I remember that. Yeah, I was really young, very young, in my neighborhood. And my friends on my block, right? We kicking it, we chilling. And one of my friends get into a fight with a girl from the other block. And they not getting along. Then when we at school, they see me talking to the girl that's from that block that they done fell out with. And now we can't be friends, or they side eyeing me saying, why you being cool with her? Well, number one, maybe we gotta do a science project together. Now I gotta do a science project together with her, and y'all done got into a fight on the block. Now all of a sudden, it's an issue between me and you because you and her got into a fight. That's very, like, I'm telling you, elementary school level. That's how I see it as. Very elementary. I know what you're saying, Carlos. Maybe it's not small to them. Maybe it's not. I don't know. You let me know if you think, you know. I like your mindset. You want to come on and say something, Carlos, real quick before we get out of here about that? Because I know we talked about it. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. I dropped the link if you want to come. All right, y'all. So I got him his other little number block. But you know, that's it. That's all I really gotta say. I know I've been talking for a minute. Carlos ain't gonna come, so you know, it's cool. But what I'm saying is it's just like that. That's how my mind works. That's how I see things and I view things. I know things is going, really crazy on this YouTube. And people are being made to feel like they're doing something wrong. They're being to be made feel like they're an op of some kind. Like that, to me, that dictates that we're in a war. Like, what is the war? Who's at war? And who is the other opposing team that we're fighting against if it's supposed to be some type of war? I'm not on nobody's team. I'm a solo person. I move on my own. I have my co-host that come. I got my boyfriend. I got my mama. I got people that rock with me that I rock with them. That's it. But we not on no daggone team, and we ain't doing no operations against people. So people who say stuff like that, oh, these people are ops, these people are ops, that gives me the understanding that y'all is on somebody's team and on some type of operation for you to even speak like that. And I know these people don't know what a real op is in the streets. They ain't never lived that life. They ain't never done those type of things. This is a YouTube thing. So what is the YouTube game that you're in and you've been in to where you can call somebody else a op? And if I'm calling somebody a op, trust me, I'm telling you, they working for somebody. They on somebody's team. It's too obvious. I pay attention to the patterns and I know it. I see it. It's all very clear. A lot of these people are doing this stuff and they're on some type of team. They got some type of operation. I'm telling you for real. But we about to go ahead and get up out of here, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all some of my final thoughts on this live, and then we'll play a little bit of music and get up out of here. But I just needed to get that off my chest because I'm tired. I'm really tired of this YouTube weird elementary drama that people got going on. And I'm telling you, like, come on. Life is too short. We know what's going on in the world. We know what's going on in our countries, our cities, our counties, globally. People is out here dealing with much more serious things than to be worried about a little fallout or a bump head on YouTube. Like, come on, get over it and keep it pushing. Serious things and offenses and stuff like that, I can understand, you being upset or whatnot, and then you handle it and you fix it accordingly. But even then, after you're already in the process of doing that, think about who is exerting more energy. If you keep talking about that year after year after year, you're giving your energy back into a situation that happened to you years ago. And it's maybe in the process of resolve or it's already been fixed and handled. Why are you still talking about it? And people who are talking about other people's issues, right, that happened several years ago, that's also equally weird to me. Why do you need to talk about what anybody else got going on and think that that's entertaining and that's content? What if something that happened in that situation triggers somebody? You bring that up from 3 years ago. Now you triggering them all over again. But you bringing it up so you can have something, entertaining to talk about. Find something else to talk about. And then you don't even know everything that happened. You're just looking and breezing through what the situation was and using it for content. I think that's terrible. It's unnecessary to be talking about everybody else's business and experiences on YouTube. Even if they had an experience with another content creator on YouTube, why do you need to talk about that? And the thing is, you can say like, oh, I think like, man, that's terrible. Like, she shouldn't have said that. And then move on. But that's not what we're talking about here. It's not just giving an opinion or a thought or something of the fallout or the crash out or the situation. These people are not just doing that. So stop making it seem like that's what you're doing. Oh, it's my opinion. Yeah, we all get to have opinions, just like I had mine. And I believe people are nasty work. That's my opinion. But if I believe your nasty word, does it warrant me to go and look into all of your personal details, find out where your family live, look for your email, look for your address? Like, does it warrant me to go out of my way to send CPS to your house, police to your house, just because I think what you're doing is distasteful or nasty work? No. It doesn't warrant me to go and take it that additionally further. Who in the hell do you think you are? You are not the police. You are not anybody of any type of authority to go and take it to that level. I think that is weird. I've been saying that. You know how many people have opinions on me and my family and stuff? What do? I pop out and cuss them out. I don't go looking up their address or where they work, talking about the kids, talking about the mothers that's disabled. I don't go out of my way to do those things just because I have an opinion on something that I've seen them do. Have an opinion, inserting yourself and then wreaking havoc on someone's life, that's when it's going too far. Say what you got to say and keep it pushing. Like, yo, oh God, you know what I'm saying? Like, she over there talking about people's kids. Yo, I think that shit is trash. That's an opinion. But what am I going to do next? Am I going to go out of my way and target that person and wreak all of this havoc in their life by looking up their information and just inserting myself into their personal business because I think something that they said it did to somebody else was in poor taste or disgusting or nasty work? No, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. You can have an opinion on somebody and their content or what they are doing. But when you start digging in and trying to defame these people, make their character on this platform look terrible purposely to take money off of the table and food out of their kids' mouth, that's when now you're taking it too far. When you calling somebody's workplace and saying things to their employer to get them fired so they can't have a job, that's taking it too far. When you're calling the medical establishments where they go to the doctor's office or hospitals and looking for their hospital records. Also, you can come back to your platform and expose all of this. That's taking it too far. Looking up and saying, oh, what did this person do in their entire life? And they're 40 or 50 now, but they did something when they were 16, and you're looking up their freaking criminal record. That's taking it too far. Why does it have to go that far? Just because you have an opinion about somebody. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Am I making any sense? It is too below the belt, the things that people are doing. It is too invasive and it is too criminal. And I think people really need to stop. And for me, dragging and talking trash about my son, my family, that's taking it too far for me. Even though you take it too far like that, I'm still not doing the things to these people that they've been doing to me. I'm not calling the employer. I'm not calling their medical offices that they go to. I'm not trying to defame the character. I'm just saying what you are doing and how I feel about you based off of what you're doing. That's my opinion and my perception of you. But I don't want to see nobody go without nothing to eat. I don't want to see nobody homeless. I don't want to. I'm not coming up here to put people information up that I really don't care nothing about. I don't care about these people. They start talking and stuff like that, then I'll talk back to you. I'll drag you right back. You want to drag me, I'll drag you back. But that's about as far as it's gonna go. I'm not gonna go out of my way to do like evil villain like stuff. And then when you defend yourself, you're a villain. But anyway, y'all, let's get up out of here. I just wanted to know if y'all liked the live. I know the content was pretty decent. We carried it on very long. And that's just because I had to get that stuff off my chest, because you can't sit with stuff like that. It'll make you sick. If you need to vent, you need to vent. And I know it's a lot of people, not just me, that is going through this on this platform, and they're sick and tired of it, and it's not fair. And it's just like, yo, I don't know. I don't know what to say. But anyway, y'all, let's go ahead and get to this final message. So whether you are a Megan fan, right, because we was talking about Megan Thee Stallion, or you simply was just here for a pretty decent, good conversation, I just want y'all to remember this. You do not have to stay the person you were 5 years ago. You don't have to explain every decision you make. And you don't have to let criticism destroy your confidence. And you don't have to be perfect to move forward. Sometimes you just have to say, I've been through enough, and now it's time for me to become who I really am supposed to be. That's the lesson that I thought was really great about, this conversation and this interview that I thought we could take from today's conversation. But for people, right, your story isn't over. Your next chapter is still yours to write. And I feel as though that all really tie into a lot of what we see and we experience here on YouTube as well. Because there are people that will try to condemn you and tell you you're done, it's over for you. No. We are always constantly growing and evolving, right? Becoming better, learning better, doing better. And so I think that's important for us to have grace for one another. And yeah, Megan been through a lot. She's been in the headlines. Everybody's seen. But does that mean she needs to be thrown away? No, I don't think so. I never will. I'll never think that people deserve to be thrown away just because of things that they have done and mistakes that they have made. We all do it. We all make mistakes. We all have not been the best people. We should try and make sure we extend that courtesy and grace and understanding to others just as we would want to be given to ourselves. But that's all I got, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and get y'all up out of here. Thank you so much for spending so much time like you did. I really appreciate it. And again, I hope y'all don't feel as though you have to be scared to kick it wherever it is you want to kick it, support whoever it is you want to support, and go wherever it is you want to go. People should not make you feel like you can't do that. People should not make it seem like if you do that, then you become a target and you get attacked. That energy is very whack. And so, ending with that, y'all, I hope everybody has a good rest of the evening, morning, afternoon, or night, and whatever respectful time zone y'all are in. And we will talk to you soon. That's really all I got. I ain't got nothing else. So, Golden is out. Talk to y'all in the next one. Bye.
Sometimes life don't break you. It introduces you to the version of yourself God always knew was there. Yeah. Dreams felt bigger than the world I know. Had a pocket full of faith and a heart full of scars. Still thanking God while wishing on stars. Mama said, baby, keep your head held high, even when you're learning how to say goodbye. People see the smile, never see the tears. Never count the prayers, never count the years. I learned pain can build a palace if your spirit keeps its balance. Lost some people, lost some sleep. Found the version of me the hurt couldn't keep. Yeah, keep going. Don't stop. God got me. I hear you. Every closed door made another hallway. Every broken heart made another story. Every setback was preparing glory. I wasn't buried, I was planted. Let's go. I'm gonna find my happy again. Even if I gotta cry before I grin. They couldn't steal what heaven put within. I keep rising again and again. Again, 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 again. Find your peace, find your light, keep believing, you'll be alright. Find your peace, find your light, keep believing, you'll be alright. Find your peace, find your light, keep believing, you'll be alright. Find your peace. Yeah. Sometimes healing don't look pretty. Sometimes grace gets real gritty. Sometimes faith sounds like silence. Choosing love over violence. Every mountain made me stronger. Every season lasted longer. But somehow I kept breathing, even when I stopped believing. See, the mirror started changing, not because my face was different. My soul finally caught up with what God already envisioned. You don't need permission to become who you were born to be. That's freedom. Talk to him. Let's ride. Stand up. No fear. Keep walking. Who told you you were broken? Convinced you your story was over. Who said your value depended on somebody else's opinion? No, 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 no. You still chosen. You're still worthy. You're still breathing. That means tears and bending hands up. Lift your head. Hope ain't dead. Hope ain't dead. Hope ain't dead. Love yourself. Heal yourself. Trust yourself. God ain't left. I wear my scars like medals now. No matter, I ain't no more settling now. Every chapter built another queen. Every valley made my vision clean. I'm not running from yesterday. I'm thanking it without those storms. I never know how strong the roots could get. And I'm planting seeds instead of pain. Teaching hearts how to love again. Maybe that's what purpose is. Turning your survival into somebody else's host. I'm gonna find my happy again. No more living for somebody else's lens. Every sunrise is another chance to begin. I'm still standing, still Your beginning doesn't decide your ending. Your pain doesn't erase your purpose. Your losses don't cancel your future. If you're still here, there's still joy waiting for you. Find your happy again. Yeah. Everybody got a version of me. But this is my truth. Oh, yeah, yeah. Everybody got opinions, never ask me who I am. Read one page, close the book, now they think they understand. They call my kindness weakness, my forgiveness being blind. But I just refuse to let this cold world see my shine. I've been stabbed in the back, still I lead with love. Lost a lot of people, still I look above. Smile through the pressure, I survive the rain. Turn my tears into diamonds, turn my losses into gain. Don't mistake my silence for not seeing. Peep every vibe, every switch, every reason. Real power knows when to leave without making a scene. I'm misunderstood, it's alright. God's still right, every line. I'm more than labels, more than pain, more than every rumor attached to my name. If you really wanna know me, walk beside me, not behind me, not around me. Yeah, I'm multifaceted, diamonds got more than one side. Some days I'm the storm, some days I'm the sunrise. I make my own choices, I stand on my own feet. Can't nobody live my purpose or rewrite my dreams. God gave me free will, I'm gonna use mine. If I stumble, I get up every single time. I answer to my conscience in heaven above, not strangers who mistake my beat for giving up. I will scream to fit your comfort, I won't dim. Defeat your ego with freedom looks different. Then let me be different. Still I'm standing, still believing, still becoming. Maybe if we listen before we judge, we discover we all carry invisible scars. So before you decide who somebody is, learn what they survived. This song is for every soul who's ever felt misunderstood. Misunderstood. When I got people forgetting folks are human. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones, then hide their hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then next shock when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come on, pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my lives? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's fake, no cap. Y'all did the humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama crying at night. Somebody daughter hurt inside. Somebody praying not to give up while bullets screenshot pain for life. Shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Baby, no. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting their wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grabs. Yeah. Y'all bully for a living. That's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now. Karma got a long memory past. Lord, cover the wounded, cover the lonely heart, cover the lonely heart, cover the people crying silently in dark rooms. Teach us compassion again. Teach this world mercy again. Because words cut deep, so deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession with tearing strangers apart every day, that ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. More than ever. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever new. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Enough is enough. Spread love before it's too late. Yeah, before it's too late. They don't know her like I do, nah. She moved through the city with her hair held high. Pretty brown skin with a storm inside. Everybody see the glow, they don't know the pressure. Smile so warm, but her heart no weather. Late nights riding while the skyline blurred. Trying not to cry when the memories occurred. Had to learn fast, everybody ain't loyal. Some people love you long as they control you. Now she move careful, energy expensive. Too many fake vibes hiding in the friendship. Used to give love with her hands wide open. Now every scar got the whole vibe frozen. They don't know her like I. No, they don't know. She goes by golden, soft voice, deep soul, hope or glowing. She goes by golden. City lights dancing with her heart stay open. Long dark roads, but she still stay focused. Everybody watching, but they don't really know her. By golden. Too much grace for the games they throwing. Real love, rare, so spirits they got it. Beautiful soul, but the pain left marks in it. Mirror tell the truth when the lights go dim. All the things she carry weight heavy within. She survived nights she don't even speak on. Still finding peace while the whole world ain't wrong. Funny how the love disappear when you're healing. Funny how the fate come around when you win. Now she trusts God more than people intend. Just cause smiles hot and being hidden in the big. She's still soft-hearted but she way less naive. Can't keep pouring love but there's nothing received. Still dancing slow through the hurt and confusion. Trying not to lose herself chasing illusions. She survived the fire. Still glowing through the smoke. Still sad. Still dangerous. Still chosen. She goes back golden. Snow so deep made the whole room notice. Heavy lies couldn't break what was chosen. Still standing tall while the whole world folding. She goes back golden. Heartbreak turned to pain cinematic. Now the tears got rhythm when she's singing. And they still don't know her like that. They still don't know her like that. Spend too much time looking for love in strangers. Spend too much time. Spend too much time letting outside voices shake the mirror. But at the end of the night, when the lights fade, when the city cried, when the tears dried, we still got